Did the prosecutor say he was gonna make it in? Or?
That's what I'm checking right now. I don't have any emails.
He knows how that
Showtime, baby.
No, he should.
Mr. Sandman, you ready?
Born ready.
We're already 1 minute late.
I don't got his phone number.
Now it's 45 minutes early.
I'm the only one in the services.
What's that for good luck? You leaving him?
Yeah, you want me to?
You can.
Because we gonna go to the county market first.
How long you gonna be gone?
Just we gonna get Lonnie's ingredients and then we come around there.
This is getting delivered?
Till 7:26 for that. So that give me time to go to the county market and go there and come back.
Being told that he is in the queue. I know he may not be able to make it in. Do we want to proceed via the courtroom in Discordia?
That might be the best bet. I was just gonna suggest that.
Because he's 7th on flight.
Oh yeah, he ain't getting no time soon.
Yeah. So if we want to just hop into the courtroom, we could proceed in there. I'm not gonna take a cheap win just because he couldn't get in.
True that.
There you go.
That's honorable.
We can't talk we have to go to. We can't talk in courtroom, can we? Without permission?
Probably. We could just do hangout.
We're going to hang out?
Huh? Are you taking my car? Oh, okay. That's fine. Have fun.
Somebody want to shoot him a DM to join hangout?
Yo. No, I can't talk in here.
I message him, see if he sees it.
Hey, we're having our first Zoom court case.
How do y'all all right, I'm in here.
I already sent Henry a message. I told him to join the hangout chat. See if he joins.
We can yeah, that's fine.
You know you can sit in this chair, right?
Probably. I just ain't sat down yet.
Oh yeah.
What you mean, like
it's like you can actually sit.
the third eye?
Yeah, but you gotta get like, right near the edge. You gotta be like have your butt facing the back of it, and then it'll put you in. But you can only do it once, so like
Hold
it's
on,
really
once for the day?
no, it's like iffy. Like it's touchy. So like you might be able to do it now, but then like yeah, there you go. Yep.
What the heck? How in the heck you fit in there, bro?
I don't know, but I like it.
You fit.
Can we do this in
Yeah,
the
I
other
figured that
courtroom?
out. No, you can't do it in another one. Only in this one. Because whatever this architect, they set it up like that. You know.
It's definitely a hacker.
It's amazing. But I'm stuck here though, huh?
I mean, not stuck, but like if you get up, it's gonna be hard for you to sit down again. So that way, because it's like such a specific angle you gotta be at. It's like tough to catch it. You know.
What happened?
Well, that's tight that you can do that. You look good right there. You had unmuted a Discord.
Oh yeah, my bad. Did can you hear me, Ron?
Yeah, what's up?
Did he respond?
No.
Trying to see how long I'm gonna wait for him.
Hey, do I look in here? Am I good?
Yeah, you sat down in that chair.
But if you go like on first person, you could see it good. But if you go on regular, like, you can't see shit. I'm like in the chair. I have to go on first person.
Has anyone gotten a response from DA Henry?
No, I haven't.
I sent him an email as well. I mean, I know we want to be mindful of Mr. Sandman's time here.
Nah, I'm already counting it down. I'm moving 5 more minutes. 7:15.
I'm not presiding over this case, so I'll just let Judge Rain handle any decisions.
I mean, he tried. Mr. Sandman, was patient enough. He tried. He gave him time. Can you hear us, Your Honor?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What do you think? What did you suggest?
I turned my sand glass hourglass upside down. It's a running clock.
Okay. I sent the message at 5:04 Pacific.
Yeah, I just tried to give him a little notification, and like I said, we're not gonna be here all day.
you don't mind, Your Honor, I'm gonna have a snack, a taco.
Oh, where'd you get those tacos from?
The best taco shop in town, Taco Libre. I pack lunch.
They need sound like they need a motto.
Yeah, they do have one.
What is it?
If you don't like tacos, we nacho type. Nacho type. You know what I mean?
I get it. I get it. Anybody got a deck of Uno cards? What's going on in court, my bro? Today we have a case going on.
Yeah, we can't get into the channels.
I'm definitely gonna need my anklet removed.
We could go down to PD and
They push you on the ankle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you definitely don't want that.
We have a case of this guy stole somebody's ID and was arrested, and the police officers accused him of being somebody. Well, not really accused him, but didn't believe that that's who he was, even though he identified himself and matched all the name and address and birth date as the ID, but still forced him to go get fingerprinted. Wanted him to get fingerprinted and things like that. So he pled guilty to all the charges except for the police officers charged him with failure to identify, even though he did ID. And
it's been exactly 10 minutes since I sent that.
He failure to identify, even though he
have
did
my outfit ready.
Identify himself, even though it is a stolen ID, but you can't know that information. You know what I'm saying? So that's really what it comes down to be.
Are you going to the party?
What'd you say?
Are you going to the party?
No, I'm gonna stay here.
I'll keep you company then.
Just pause.
I mean,
I'm gonna stay here and do some clerical stuff.
I'll be here. You'll be there.
Judge Rain, are you planning on staying in too as well, or no?
You doing clerical or you doing work?
I mean, a little bit of both.
I got some time. I'm not going to that beach party though, or yacht party, whatever. Whose yacht party is it anyway?
I don't know. City, I don't know. City what? City party? I don't know what it is.
Some of the taco man go out there and represent with their masks.
It's crazy, bro. I love being the judge. I love being a judge.
Before tomorrow.
If they offer that to y'all, be the judge, bro. Just dead ass. That shit is lit. All right.
Your Honor.
Yep.
This time,
case is dismissed.
Well, hold on, Your Honor. I request the case be dismissed with prejudice.
That has not been proven in court. We're just going to dismiss the case.
But with the lack of them showing up and or submitting any evidence, I request that it be dismissed with prejudice. I don't see a need for there to be another potential trial later on. The DA failed to show up on his end. Had at least a week notice. Failed to submit any evidence because there was none. The only evidence that was submitted for discovery, Your Honor, was on our end.
And also, Your Honor, we would like to request my client's property that was taken from him.
I can grant that. I will not add prejudice to it because again, it was not proven We're just gonna dismiss it, and you can countersue PD for the time, your wasted time.
Question, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
You said it wasn't proven. What wasn't proven?
The prejudice part.
That's the whole point, though. We never got a chance to have
Exactly.
an opportunity to. Well, that's because he refused to show up and failed to submit any evidence.
Nah, my stance is gonna stay on it. If it wasn't proven either way, I'll leave it at just dismissal, and I will grant your ankle monitor will be removed.
Property.
And property, yep, property returned.
And bail.
And the bail, of course, will be returned. Absolutely.
Yep. Minus the court's fees and.
Yep, minus the court fees. And we've already discussed how we're gonna handle that money. So, Mr. Sandman you are
Jimmy Sandman.
Jimmy Sandman. Come here, Mr. Burgundy.
Hallelujah.
I guess I didn't need you to walk over here, did I?
Are you finally catching on?
No, I mean, fair but firm, really. I mean, likelihood of the state retrying this case is probably low.
Very low.
I get where you're coming from, Mr. Sandman. Though you're like,
We don't want this to reappear.
yeah, but I doubt they're gonna refile. But
My client was patient enough.
I can escort. Let's escort you down to the station
PD.
and get your ankle. Yeah, get your ankle monitor removed, and I will grant. Oh, I wonder who has the ID. If they put it in evidence, or if it's. I would hope they put it in evidence.
I believe it was removed by Mr. Blackstone.
Yeah, I just hope they put it in evidence, and then it's not sitting somewhere.
yeah, I mean, you can always obtain another copy, can't you?
Why? If I had my copy on it and he took it,
That's true. Huh?
Sentimental value. Sentimental value.
I have a right to my property.
That's true. You do.
That is true. All right, let's go. Field trip.
All right. Well, I'll stay here.
I'll be
while you
back.
guys do it.
All right. Do they know we on?
I don't know if they do it now. I'll let them know.
I guess I'll tell them when we get down
you
there.
could tell them too when you
Yeah.
get down there too.
No, I guess we could have walked out the shortcut, but
Back.
I like the scenic route.
And my car is up here.
Yeah, mine is too. Well, the back actually takes you right to the.
To the car?
Nah, it takes you right in front of this door right here. See, we come out right there.
Oh yeah, right here to this.
Over here. Yep.
Yeah.
So it looks like
Free
everybody's
I'm a free
pushing
man.
2 doors. All right.
Congratulations, Mr. Sandman.
Hey,
They
Ron,
were
you
scared
can
to show up. I understand.
ride with me, and then if you could let him know that I dismissed the case,
Yeah.
so he doesn't just whatever.
Please watch where you're going.
I'm gonna email him. Hey, that cash, I want to split it with the 3 of us.
I mean, if that's what you want to do.
Yeah, 50 a piece. Yeah, I didn't do shit. The fuck? You know what I mean?
It works.
50 a piece. I think that's fair. I'm gonna need this car.
This?
Yes.
Oh, they are busy. Okay. That Jimmy got a left foot, man.
I did the speed limit.
Hey, how much is this car?
I don't remember. I bought that a long time ago.
It's the car from Need for Speed, ain't it?
It's the Regera R.
Mm-hmm.
The one from Need for Speed was an Agura. This is a Regera. This is brand new. This just came out.
You drive it a lot or no?
No. It's the first time I pulled it out in a long time.
They run Burgundy whenever you want to sell it. Ron Burgundy don't need fast cars. He just needs it to look good.
Oh, this probably gonna take a minute. They shooting already.
You send a 911?
I'm doing it as we speak.
Okay.
Why the hell are they shooting this close to here?
How do we move forward now, Ron, with filing a lawsuit against the police department?
Well, now that this was submitted, I could go ahead and have send the paperwork to a judge to get it signed.
Awesome.
You going for 50 mil? That's what you said?
Nah, I would though, like a $2 million payout. I think spending 2,760 months in prison for something that should have been 40 months is excessive. Considering that the charges, considering why I spent 2,760 months in prison on a false charge. So yeah, $2 million payout I think is fair and just.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to reword the paperwork. That's why the one that I had already made.
Just make sure to put that this guy has good taste in earrings. All right, put that in the paperwork.
Yeah.
I have these in white gold right now as we speak.
That's what's up.
I'm looking for some.
White gold. I have them right now.
You got both ears?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah. I'm Michael Jordan.
Shit, back in the day, used to be one ear.
Yeah.
My shit has mine's are not just
I had
just
always
a
had
gold
one ear.
loop. Mine's a white gold loop with stones in them.
I used to do the one ear thing when I was in middle school, but then I grew up, got my
Middle
second
school?
one pierced.
Holy shit.
Mm-hmm. I think my freshman year of high school when I got my other one pierced.
Shit, in high school, that's when it was in my one ear.
How old are you?
That's when they used to have the eyebrow one too and shit like that.
Oh no, we didn't do eyebrows.
Yeah, I didn't do eyebrows either. And then the one under the lip, the little.
No, cause
Yeah, that
it
shit
was-
didn't. Yeah. No, I didn't do any of that. I just did the ear. That's it.
Yeah, I notified.
I'm 38, by the way.
Jeez. Really?
Yeah.
Old as shit.
Hello.
Yeah, Yeah, you about to retire out, ain't you?
I'm already retired. I'm chilling right here in my house.
By the way, he's messaging me back now.
Ooh. Oh yeah, I see it now. It's too late, bro.
Tell him that he should have joined the Discord.
He was away.
Oh shit.
Hey, I'm down to redo it just for the cooking.
It's your call.
Even if your verdict is different.
It's honestly your call. I mean,
no, 100%. The whole point of this was this
tonight.
Shit, right now.
Yeah, we ain't done yet, so we could go back.
Yeah, we haven't taken your monitor off.
The whole point was, you know what I'm saying? It was the cooking.
Nah, he's in there now. We can go back.
Ultimately, I don't give a fuck if I'm found guilty, really. Like,
yeah, come on, let's go back then. He's in the hangout.
Yo, Henry.
My apologies, man. So sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. My client wants to run it back. So he said we were about to take off his ankle monitor, but we're going back to the courthouse.
Going back?
Yeah.
I'm still stuck on the runway.
No, but
yeah, I didn't want to cheat wins, so that's why we joined the VC to just have it in here. And
yeah, we gotta do it right here.
So
I'm totally fine with that. I'm totally fine with that. I'm like number 12 on the runway though, but I'm totally fine with it.
You know how it is. You don't fly in by 6:02.
I know, bro. Like I came in at 6:20 and was number 7. Now I'm knocked down to. Are you finally 11. catching on? So I'm like, man. But whatever anybody, however y'all want to do it, let's do it. I'm ready.
Yeah, we just do it through here. Damn, big old spider.
Man, I had to check to see if it was if he was still with me.
Jeez.
Hold on, I'm gonna pull up to the other side.
Somebody's gonna have to pop up a stream so I can see what's going on.
You could watch Prime.
Yeah, I rejoined on my gaming PC. I'm usually in Discord on my streaming.
I sent you an email. Another one.
You see that, Henry?
I do.
All right.
Could be at. Oh, well, I guess we're talking to here anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Did he already go inside?
I think so. Hello?
Hey, what you doing?
Playing the game?
Playing the game?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't want that. I thought you was coming to get some chicken and rice and muffins. But, all right.
They done?
I'll get you later.
They all done?
They've been done yesterday. I told you that.
Okay. My bad.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
You too. Yeah, I just wait till tomorrow to talk to you though. No, I got the last one you sent me. What did it say? It said you was frustrated. Oh, I didn't reply.
Nah, if you're not in the city, you can't join the hangout. Not for this.
All right.
You said somebody said I can't join since I'm not in the city.
No. I told Dude he can't join because not in the city. You are an exception because you're the DA, and you can't, and you just can't make it in because of your flight. There's a difference.
Okay.
Everybody else, though, if they're not a lawyer or a judge or the defendant, they have to be in the city to be in here.
There's that. All right, you guys ready?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then we're all gonna all the evidence we're gonna watch on yours.
Yeah, I can do it.
Yeah.
All right. Give me one.
Or if Ron wants to do it, don't matter. He has it too as well.
Yeah, I got it.
Put
So
that on yours. Yeah.
you probably got. You probably got 4K and shit.
Yes.
Well,
already
everything I
streaming
submitted is in 1080p 60. So
All right, we can proceed then. Let's just go for it.
Okay, Your Honor. This is Ron Burgundy. I'm here as a co-counsel for Mr. Jimmy Sandman, which he will be representing himself on this case. The charges being failing to ID.
Okay.
Good evening, Your Honor. District Attorney Thomas J. Henry, representing the state. We are looking forward to proceeding with this case. We have reviewed all evidence and footage that the defense has submitted, and we are prepared to go ahead and proceed with this case, Your Honor.
Okay. Who wants to go first?
Now that's more like it.
I allow the DA to start, considering my understanding the state hasn't submitted any evidence for review.
Right. No problem. The state can go ahead and begin. So let's see. We're gonna go ahead and the state has a question. Let me see. I just have to figure out how to share this. We do have a question for Mr. Sandman. We have to figure out how to share this screenshot, this evidence. All right. All right. Really quickly, Mr. Sandman, is that your first name or your last name?
Last.
All right. And your first name is Jimmy, correct?
Right.
All right. Quick question for you, Mr. Sandman. In this photo here that we have of you, this is what was currently on your person on the night that you were arrested by PD, correct?
My driver's license, correct. Which
Your
was
driver's
taken
license.
which was taken by Sergeant Blackstone after I was arrested.
Now, was this a your driver's license, or was this a procured license from somewhere else or from someone else?
Why would I have somebody else's driver's license?
This is a yes or no question, sir.
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Was this your license,
Right.
or was this?
It was.
It was. All right. Now, what exactly were you doing in the night that you were arrested, sir?
Oh, I'm not gonna lie, I robbed a convenience store.
Robbed a convenience store. And
I pled guilty to those charges, though.
Okay, that's completely fine. So, what we the night in question, what we are, what were you charged with that night?
That I can remember. I know I got attempted murder of a Leo, and then robbing that convenience store. The specifics of the charges, like how many and what the actual charges were, I don't remember at this time.
Okay.
Do we have evidence for the report?
No, we don't have it right now. We need an officer here.
That's what I said. That's what I said. We need an officer down here.
I contacted PD. They're kind of occupied with another situation. So.
I contacted them too. They're not responding to anything.
No problem. I'll proceed with questioning.
Okay.
So, when you were arrested, did the officers check your person? Did they pat you down?
They did. Sergeant Blackstone, after I was assisted with medical attention at Mount Zona, asked me to step over to him so he could pat search me.
And when he pat searched you, did he take a look at your driver's license or your ID?
Chat, can y'all hear Discord? Can y'all hear Discord?
I mean, it's speculation. I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming he did, considering he stated my name before I told him.
Well, earlier, you stated, what's in question here is you stated that Officer Blackstone took your ID. Is that correct?
Correct, because when I searched myself after I was handcuffed and searched, my driver's license no longer was there.
Okay. Did he give you your driver's license back at any point?
He did not.
He did not. So, what happened when you noticed that your ID was not given back to you?
I asked. Blackstone wasn't there at the time. I think it was the cadet, but I asked, or they might have been Sheriff JT. I'm sorry. I asked if I could have my ID back, but they did not respond.
Okay. Your Honor, is there any way that we could get Officer Blackstone? Is he in the city currently?
There's no way for us to tell that.
Are you finally catching on?
But we can definitely send him an invite to join him and JT. About the best we can do with that.
Okay. All right. All right. I'm going to, at this time, Your Honor.
What's up, Stacy?
Unless we can get Officer Blackstone here to confirm that whether he did or did not take Mr. Sandman's ID off of his person, I'm going to conclude with questioning Mr. Sandman because at this moment that's a detrimental piece to our case. We really need to know, where that ID is in order to move forward.
Okay.
If I could proceed, Your Honor.
Gladly.
All right. So I'm gonna switch over here, Henry. I'm gonna swap my screens. If you guys want to, I want to pull up the first piece of evidence here, Your Honor, which is there are gonna be multiple clips here, all from the same situation, where he ID'd me. I'd like to start off with that, considering I really can't cross him and myself. Change windows real quick. So what we have here, Your Honor, this is the first piece of evidence here. This is gonna be the first interaction after I was picked up from Mount Zona. This, who you see there with the cowboy hat, that is 354, badge number 354, Sergeant Blackstone. They did give me their badge numbers and full names down at booking. You're going to hear him in this video ask me to step to him so he could search me, at which point in time he then once he's in my pockets and you can see the motion he makes, he then verbally states to me my name before asking my name, which therefore indicates that he in fact did see my ID in my pocket, because as you see here in this video, I do have a mask on. So there's no other way he would have known who I was unless in fact he did see my driver's license in my pocket. So I'll play the video here and make sure it's on full volume that you guys can hear. As you see there, you are being searched.
Hell yeah, Mike. They call me Jimmy.
Hello.
So there you have, right there is the first piece. So you're Jimmy Sandman? And I said, hell yeah, they call me Jimmy. But as you can also tell in the footage here, continue in the last few seconds, he was unable to hear me at the time. Tell him, yes, that is who I am.
Hello, Mike. You hear me, Mike?
All right, what's your name?
Jimmy, Mike.
The second clip here, Your Honor.
Hold on. Who? Little
But
Turn.
there's somebody in the chat. Yeah. Can you exit the chat, bro? Little Turn.
My bad. Yeah, I'm out, bro. My bad.
Thank you.
The second clip is a continuation of that first scene there, and you guys can conclude for yourself.
You hear me, Mike?
You guys are more than welcome to use on this side.
Hello, Mike. Can you hear me, Mike?
They take our white where you go.
Hey, Mike. Can you hear me, Mike? Hello, anybody hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, this motherfucker, he's magically now can't hear me, Mike.
Who's fault?
Me, the motherfucker with the McDonald's bag head, Mike.
Oh, I didn't even know who the hell was talking.
Hey, you can just me and set me up from here, bro.
I just told you, partner.
that's
They
definitely
gonna
not
take them
happening.
our white ones.
What's your name,
Tell him my name Jimmy,
My
Mike.
name's Jimmy Rambo.
That's Jimmy, I'm Jimmy. That Jimmy,
Take your Angels jersey. Where you going?
that Jimmy Rambo, I'm Jimmy
Lord,
Sandman.
you search his pockets.
Yeah, I got this one.
You do the report on that one. We're gonna take him over to City Services, verify these names, cause he can't seem to answer me with his
I already
name.
answered him. This motherfucker not listening.
Hey, you don't hear him? He's talking.
As you see there, Your Honor, verbally confirmed when he did ask me, in fact, if I was Jimmy Sandman, I verbally multiple times stated, yes, my name is Jimmy Sandman. I am Jimmy. My name is Jimmy. I asked the cadet officer multiple times to relay that to his trainer here, and he was too, as you could tell, he was more focused on talking about my Angels jersey as opposed to actually relaying that information to the sergeant, which he then prompts the notion of going over and confirming our names, because he said, in fact, that he could. He said, since he doesn't want to answer me, we're going to go over and confirm these names, when in fact it was he couldn't hear me. Now, on the third clip, again, that's a continuation. He can now hear me. He was able to fix his earlobes.
He clearly can't hear me. Tell him my name's
What's your
Jimmy.
birthday?
You better take that jersey out. Where you going?
Shut the fuck up, green vest.
Jimmy, what's your birthday?
7184, motherfucker.
I did not see the person you brought in here.
That's Jimmy Rambo. I'm Jimmy Sandman. We Jimmy and Jimmy. Hey, Jimmy. Hey, Jimmy.
What's up?
This motherfucker ain't believe my name was Jimmy.
He ain't believe my name was Jimmy. It's crazy.
know
I
he-
Both y'all named Jimmy Sandman?
No, his name Jimmy Rambo.
Okay.
My name Jimmy Sandman. His name Jimmy Rambo. We Jimmy and Jimmy.
Jimmy Rambo. I'm new to the scene.
All right. Well, you don't have a photo in here for me to verify.
No shit.
Well, I just told you I'm new to the scene.
So as you can see there, Your Honor.
Hold on. Hey, can you get out of the chat for We're having a court. What
Oh,
this
shoot,
week?
my bad.
Yeah, thank you. All right, go ahead.
So as you can see there, Your Honor, Sergeant Blackstone asked me my birthday, which I then instantly tell him 7/184. He says okay to it. We go outside, speaking to my friend who's also named Jimmy about how they didn't believe my name was Jimmy, which coincidentally, he also stated that the officer didn't believe his name was Jimmy. But we both did identify ourselves. We both did have our identifications in our possession. And I answered the officer's questions. Hold on. Hey, Slap, you gotta join, hang out in the Discord here. We'll give Officer Slap here a chance to join. Let me pull that back up real quick.
Yes, JT is wrong.
All right.
Sheriff JT, can you come down to the court building, not the courthouse, but where the judge has been doing court stuff?
Oh, shit, my bad. All right, let me pull that back up. My apologies.
You get a piece of chicken? Baby, did you get a piece of chicken with this? Where?
What was going to happen? What's up, Jay Dizzy?
There we go.
Yeah, hold on.
Confirmed my birthday. So he does have a physical copy of my identification with my name on it. I verbally state my name. He asked me my birthday. I verbally tell him my birthday. Yet he still, for some reason, insists. We'll play the clip one more time.
You clearly can't hear me. Tell him my name's
What's your
Jimmy.
birthday?
You better take that jersey out where you going.
Shut the fuck up, green vest.
Jimmy, what's your birthday?
7184, motherfucker.
I did not see the person you brought in here.
Hey, Jimmy Rambo, I'm Jimmy saying, man. We Jimmy and Jimmy. Hey, Jimmy. Hey, Jimmy.
What's up?
This motherfucker ain't believe my name was Jimmy.
He ain't believe my name was Jimmy. It's crazy.
I know these
Both y'all named
motherfuckers.
Jimmy Sandman?
No, his name Jimmy Rambo.
Okay.
My name Jimmy saying, man. His name Jimmy Rambo. We Jimmy and Jimmy.
Jimmy Rambo. I'm new to the scene.
My mom just called me and was like,
All right, we're going to
Thought you
pause
were
it.
coming
There's a
over
lot
to get,
going on. People are popping up. Give everybody a
"Come and
chance.
go, chicken and right." The way you hang it.
I'm gonna.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So, Sheriff JT, if you want to join the consultation chat, and then and then we'll pull you in. Ella, pull her down, please. Hey, listen, I'm about to get off on this shit.
I wouldn't talk too soon.
Listen, I can't mute out on this side, all right? Yeah, she's in consultation chat. She's about to pull you in, JT. Listen, I can't mute on this end. That's why I tell you I use my other one.
I know.
I'm talking to chat. Y'all can't use this shit. Shut up. All right, now that everybody's in here, well, I'm gonna so now that Slab and JT are here, let's just start just from fresh.
All right.
Let's start from scratch. The DA, now that you have Sheriff JT here, let's just go ahead and refresh this.
Yeah, because really,
I'll let the DA.
Was
correct. So
one
I'll let the
officer, yeah.
DA. We'll scratch everything that's been presented so far. We'll go back. We'll let the DA start off and go.
Has anybody been able to get a hold of Blackstone before we restart one more time?
He's not in the city.
I mean, can he get in chat? If anybody like reach out, see if he get in chat.
If not, I can kind of ad lib it with the officers that are here, because the questions that I'm gonna ask are kind of general questions anyway.
All right, that's cool.
All right.
Take it from the top.
All right. Well, should I take it from the cross examination, or like we starting all the way?
No, but we needed at least one of the cops here. So let's just start fresh.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Your Honor, thank you for entertaining us this evening. I am District Attorney Thomas J. Henry, representing the state against one Mr. Sandman. I believe his last name is Sandman, first name Jimmy. Okay. The state intends to prove that Mr. Sandman, while indeed having a valid driver's license or ID on his person, that the state was in no way, shape, or form in the wrong for abiding by standard operating procedure in asking and trying to find out exactly who Mr. Sandman was. The state intends to prove that they were just doing a thorough investigation to figure out exactly who these criminals were. We understand, and the state understands that these criminals have a tendency to lie about who they are, especially in the midst of a crime,
I forgot who he was.
which is already proven that these criminals were in the midst of committing. So the state intends to prove that that the officers were not in the wrong for trying to figure out exactly who these guys were, and basically all they were doing, Your Honor, was using standard operating procedure to conclude their investigation. That's all I have right now, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
How you doing this evening, Your Honor?
I'm well. How are you?
I'll be better after this is over. My name is Jimmy Sandman. What I'll be doing here today, Your Honor, is showing that in the police department, specifically two sheriffs, one Blackstone and one Thomas, did in fact falsify charges against me for failing to ID. And what I'll do is I'll prove beyond a reasonable doubt that I did in fact properly identify myself with a physical copy and verbally, and answer all questions that they did in fact have to solidify my identification. And yet, for some reason, the two sheriffs insisted multiple times that I jumped through hoops for them to continue to ID myself. That's what we do. That's what I'll be presenting here with the evidence that I have today, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. The state may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, Your Honor, the state would like to call Officer Slap Sampson forward, please. Officer Sampson.
How's it going?
Good, good. How are you doing this evening?
It could be better.
Hold on, let me swear.
All right. Do we have anybody that can do the
I can swear him in, right?
Okay.
Yes, you can. Yeah.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Place your hand on the Bible. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right.
Are we married now?
No, no
We're
way,
getting
in
there.
shape or form.
All right. Just a quick question for you, Mr. Sampson. It's Officer Sampson, yes?
It's actually a secret silent agent detective Samson. Gang unit.
Ain't no way. All right. Thank you for that. So, for short, can I just call you Officer Sampson?
You sir can.
Okay, thank
Julian,
you, Officer.
I appreciate
really
you.
quick
Thank you for
question,
spending
Officer
much time with
Sampson. Can you walk through the standard operating procedure for arresting a suspect in a store robbery?
Well, the standard would be that we would obviously ask for identification of the individual. Once we gather their information, sometimes, well, it's actually policy, I believe, that we're supposed to fingerprint at the beginning before we walk them through, but a lot of officers neglect that, and I think if high command was to come down like a rain of fire, they'd probably get a little pee-pee smacking. But my standard is going to be different than the policy. My standard would be I would just grab their identification. If I didn't have any reasonable suspicion to believe that they're bamboozling me, I would just, usually the people I arrest, I know who they are, so I don't really have to worry about it. However, if I get like a spidey sense or a tingle in my my brain here, I'd probably would throw a fingerprint in there just to double check. But I believe by policy is fingerprint identification. If there's no photo in there, because if you don't have your photo taken, I believe then that can be a raise of concern, because it realistically, then anybody can just duplicate a fake ID.
Okay, so you stated that typically, you have a certain way of doing things. Now, is this procedure, this is kind of standard across the board? I know that you stated that, you kind of, have a certain way of doing it yourself, but pretty much across the board, fingerprinting, if need be,
and I appreciate that,
is
Michael.
Standard operating
I
procedure,
do
correct?
need to eat.
I believe so, yes.
I was really just eating for real.
Okay. Now, would you say? Well, actually, let me rephrase the question. Have you seen, or were you on site when Mr. Sandman was arrested?
I was not.
Okay. Have you read the report?
I have not read the report. Or correction, I have read the report when I took this individual to his initial hearing.
Okay. So when Mr. Sandman, excuse me, not Mr. Sandman, but the arresting officer had Mr. Sandman in custody, to the best of your knowledge, when the arresting officer had him in custody and stated that, or not stated, but could not hear Mr. Sandman. Okay, if something like this was to happen and you can't hear a particular person speaking, for any particular
Ronnie,
reason, would that raise any suspicion or set off any, what you would say, quote unquote, spidey sense when it comes to your investigation, to finding out who a particular individual is?
No, I mean, I don't know, but for me, I think what would raise reasonable suspicion is not having a photo. Everyone has to have a photo. So then I would ask that individual, hey, You don't have a photo on the MDT. Can we get your photo and get all your information for the MDT? Once they say yeah, then the process is DNA swab, fingerprint.
Are you finally catching on? Gotcha. All right. Now, as far as you know, to the best of your knowledge, did Mr. Sandman have a photo in the MDT?
I do not know.
Run, I appreciate
I
you for liking the stream,
did
bro.
not look up Mr. Sandman, and I wasn't involved in that.
Okay, no problem, no problem. You know, it would help if the arresting officer was here, but you know, we can find out. You know, all right. So just to go over it one more time, it is, according to you, it is standard operating procedure to when you have a suspect in custody to try and identify the individual, and then if you cannot identify the individual
guys think
to
so
the best
far?
of your
You
ability,
guys know what's
do
going
have
on?
the opportunity or the ability to fingerprint.
We have the
do I
tools
got that correct?
necessary.
Absolutely. Okay. All right. Thank you, Officer Sampson. Thank
Just to
you so
refresh
much.
everybody on what's going on.
I conclude my questioning.
Would you like the cross-examination?
I would, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
So, Slap, you stated that...
It's a secret detective, silent detective, please refer.
My fault. Silent detective, secret agent, Slap. You stated that you believe that is the standard operating procedure of fingerprinting when no one has a photo in the MDT, right? That's what you stated just now?
Yes, that's how I was taught in the FTO process.
The officers had
You
no
believe,
reason
but
to
you're not
doubt
100%
that was
positive.
actually him,
Without
but yet they
without
still
updating
forced
myself
him
with the
to-
SOPs, that is correct.
They were forcing him to identify
so
himself by buying a new ID.
what
which
you're
would show
saying
who
is
your
you're
name
not up
is,
to
or
date with
fingerprinting
the
yourself
SOPs.
to, again, show who your name
Nope.
is. They charged him with failure to identify himself. even
You also
though he
stated just
identified
now
himself.
that there is a
So now he's
standard
fighting that
operating
charge.
procedure on how you do things, but yet you, in fact, did state that you do things different than policy.
Yes, it's because most of the criminals I arrest, because I rarely get arrested, I already know who they are by dealing with them in past situations.
Okay. What is the reprimand for not following policies?
Well, it all depends on if
The officer's not present.
the high command wants to use discretion or not. Typically would cause a strike.
Now, have you personally ever been reprimanded for not following the standard operating procedures?
More than a dozen
Objection,
times.
Your Honor. Objection.
More than a dozen times, Your Honor. I'm not
Objection, Your
afraid.
Honor. Objection, Your Honor. Officer Sampson is not the person in question. Officer in question.
Your Honor, the DA asked Slap these questions. I'm only reiterating them and trying to understand the reason behind why officers can pick and choose why they do things differently, which pertains to this case, considering that the DA is trying to suggest that they were following standard operating procedures.
Your Honor, Officer Sampson was not the arresting officer nor the officer on trial, which means that regardless of how Officer Sampson decides to do his job, is not indicative of for this case at this point. Now, if Officer Sampson is on trial, then we can question exactly.
Wait, I'm on
how
trial
and
here?
why he does his
Wait a second.
how he operates.
Your Honor, he just stated that he himself, a special agent,
Detective.
detective, Your Honor. So someone with rank does not follow the standard operating procedures.
Sustained. Sustained. He did mention that he gave that information of himself. So,
thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Slap. So based off of your knowledge and your field of expertise, you typically
Oops, did that one wrong. I'm supposed to be overruled.
ID, or I'm sorry, do you typically fingerprint people? Have you ever fingerprinted someone?
I personally have never fingerprinted somebody.
You've never personally fingerprinted anybody? Okay.
That's because if you look at my arrest record, I probably have had 3 or 4 arrests in my career here.
Okay. So, my next question to you is, for there being no photo in the MDT, if someone doesn't have a photo in the MDT, why is that typically? Do you know the reasons why there wouldn't be a photo in the MDT for somebody?
Typically, if there's no photo because there's no record, meaning no one's dealt with that individual, arrested them, or officers are lazy and don't do it.
Okay, but it's not necessarily suspicious then if someone doesn't have a photo. That means that you just said that they probably weren't ever arrested, or if they were, the officer didn't take a photo, correct?
I would say yeah.
So is it necessarily suspicious if someone doesn't have a photo?
No, it's not suspicious, but it just means that we have to get a photo and everything and do all the proper procedures to get their information up to date. It's kind of like getting an updated driver's license, or it's like updating your driver's license every year. You have to update information. So all the information in the MDT has to be correct and matching. So DNA.
But to you though, that's not suspicious, right? The no photo.
Well, I don't know if I'm the right person to ask because I get in trouble a lot. I've almost been fired several times. I don't think I'm the best representation for the office. I'm gang unit, all right? We do our own thing, all right? We don't really follow the same procedures. So we use discretion a lot more than not.
Interesting. Very, very, very interesting. Okay. I would like to play a clip at this time, Your Evidence, Your Honor, that's in the evidence right now, from Slap himself, so he could comment on what he meant by it.
I'll need to be drugged down again. Hold on a second. I gotta switch my eyes here.
Look, can you pull him back down? Working on this lab. Hold on.
Don't forget to eat.
Christian, bro, what's going on with you? Appreciate you for spending your nonchalant time with me. Don't forget that like and that share. Put that exclamation point notify in the chat. Holla at you, boy. What's going on with you though? What's happening? I'm being a judge on this case right now. Waiting for somebody to join the room.
All right. So as I was saying, Slap, I do have a clip here from when I was posting bond. I would love for you to Just elaborate on what you meant here when you said this. Pull it up here 1 second.
Boy, hopefully this isn't a sex tape.
So we have a clip here, Your Honor, from the day that I saw you in court to post bond. Play the clip here and have Slap.
Gunfire with law enforcement. Jimmy Sandman was asked multiple times to identify himself, despite having a driver's license, for the following reasons. He doesn't have a photo in the MDT. The vehicle he was driving didn't match him or his accomplice. And later, a lot of people have been stealing IDs and using them. Weird how this officer put his personal opinion. We went to
Right there. You said, you chuckled and laughed and said, weird how this officer put his personal opinion in the report.
Yeah.
Could you elaborate?
That's because we don't have any reports of anybody reporting their IDs being stolen.
Interesting. So the entirety of the police department doesn't actually have anything in place or stated anything or made an announcement, nor have the police department gotten any reports of stolen IDs. Yet for some reason he insisted that people are in fact stealing IDs, and that was a big reason behind why he wanted to
Objection leading.
ID me.
Objection leading, Your Honor.
It's not leading, Your Honor. I'm gonna tell you why it's not leading. The report is there and in by itself. The report states literally what Blackstone said, considering Blackstone wrote the report. He said that he wanted to ID me because people have been stealing IDs. I'm not asking for Slap to insinuate on that. Blackstone said it himself. He wrote the report. That can't be leading. He said it.
Yes, I'm simply stating, Your Honor, that Mr. Sandman needs to stick to exactly what was documented and give nothing more.
I'm speaking on what was documented. Slap just said no one's been stealing IDs. So I'm now asking him, so you guys don't have any reports of people's IDs being stolen, and there's nothing been made an announcement on PD's end that stipulates that that's something that's been going on, correct?
How would we know? I got it. How would we know that, Your Honor?
It's a question.
No, you brought, Your Honor.
Is
brought
something,
that. Your Honor.
Slap just said it himself. Slap just said it himself that no one's been reporting IDs. So is that something that's been announced by PD?
Order. Okay.
Okay, Your Honor. He just stated that that is something, or he said how, basically the state is saying, how would Mr. Sandman know exactly what the PD department has made any announcements about? He wouldn't.
I didn't say, bro, you need to listen. I'm asking him if PD has made an announcement like that. What are you talking about? Pay attention.
What am I here for a reason to speak, or can I go? Because I'm honestly not.
Not yet.
What am I here for?
Not yet. I think you're a witness. Just rephrase it. Rephrase it. Go back and rephrase it for me.
Slap, you said and just stated that there's been no reports of people having stolen IDs, correct?
All right, let me say, in my opinion, there hasn't been, because I can't speak for any officer. Could he have taken a report? Sure, I don't know.
Do you know? Do you know at this time have there been a few and/or mass reports of people having IDs stolen? Do you know this?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge. Do you know if PD has made an announcement or spoken to officers about this being an issue, people having their ID stolen?
No, not to my knowledge.
No, there hasn't. Okay, thank you very much. So when we talk about the report that Blackstone filed and your comment that you made where he put his personal opinion in, that's because, in fact, to the best of your knowledge, nothing like that currently exists, correct?
Not that I know of.
Thank you. No further questions.
At this time, Your Honor, we'd like to call Sheriff JT to the stand.
Okay. Please approach the bench.
Tough crowd.
Please raise your right hand and put your left on the Bible. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? So help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
How are you doing this evening, Sheriff JT?
I'd rather be doing something else, but I'm here.
I completely understand, but such is life, right? So real quickly, I'm gonna let so that you can get back to doing what you do best, and trust and believe that we do appreciate it, everything that you do for this city. All right. Really quickly, I just want to get your opinion on, since you are a high-ranking officer in this city, that would be a correct assumption, yes?
Yeah, I am the sheriff, so that's correct.
Yes. All right. So, would it be safe to say that you know exactly how the standard operating procedure would be handled?
That is correct.
Okay. Can you go over a typical arrest for us?
So typically when you get your 95, and like Slat was mentioning, discretion is used sometimes, but when we talk about the SOP, when you look up that person's name in the system, you need to see if they have a fingerprint in their notes section. And if they do not, we go fingerprint them. And if they have a mugshot in their notes section, if they do not have both of those things, we do go and obtain those so that we have that in their record for further use. When we do, get them again in another crime. So as we continue, because we do get a lot of repeat offenders, of course, you're going to know those repeat offenders. And when you have that information updated, because sometimes people change their hair, their look, we update their mugshots. So it is typical that we go in and make sure that they have that information in there while processing. They can give us an ID. And of course, like if they're a repeat offender, then we don't do the fingerprinting and the mugshot unless we need to update it.
Thank you. So basically, what you're saying is that on a normal basis, for people that have already been in the system and identified, those are the people that you do not fingerprint, correct?
That's correct.
And the people that you have never seen or are suspicious of, those are people that you have the option to fingerprint, yes?
That is correct.
Okay. So, are you aware of this particular case with Mr. Sandman? Do you have any general knowledge of this this incident that happened?
Yes, so I was radioed over from the sheriff that was taking care of it, Sheriff Blackstone, and he called down for a higher up. Once I got there, he did. They were in the fingerprint room, I believe, and he had let me know that they had his identification, but they wanted to go ahead and just made sure that everything matched up. Now, I'm not 100% sure if he had already looked to see if he had a mugshot in there or a fingerprint. This is his arrest, so I don't ask those questions because I trust that my officers do their job correctly. So when he was letting me know that he was failing to identify himself, I went to speak with the individual and let them know, although you verbally identified yourself and you had an ID on you, unfortunately, if there is a reason for suspicion or we do not have the updated information that we need here in our MDT system, that we do need to fingerprint you and we do need to collect a mugshot. Or that you could come down to city services and gather an ID to make sure that we do match up what you gave to us. And if you refuse to do so, that you would be, set down in Bolingbrook for life until a court case, which is why we're here today.
Okay. Was Mr. Sandman photo ID'd while right after he got his fingerprints?
So to my knowledge, he never did either of those. He just gave his verbal name and gave an ID. Like I said, I was not there for that. I got there once he was refusing to fingerprint or come to city services to get an ID.
And in your professional opinion, in your expert opinion, Did your officer do anything wrong according to standard operating procedure?
No, of course not. And I can speak on behalf of gang unit. They're not really in as much, and they do use their discretion for different things. But as far as the sheriff's department, we do make sure that we are identifying everybody. And sometimes, if it's not those repeat offenders, we have seen multiple cases where people come in with IDs that do not belong to them. I've had several repeat offenders that I know their name by heart. I've identified them through the proper protocol, but they have different IDs on them, so it's not unlikely that someone can have a identification on them that is not theirs. I did check the MDT today, and the picture that is in there of Mr. Sandman does not match this gentleman here. So that would be another case if we were able.
No, that can't be used.
But yeah,
That cannot be used. That cannot be used.
Pause.
Yeah,
That cannot bring into evidence.
That's governmental. That's
It's
got
called
thrown out.
How is that governmental?
Objection.
It's called
Yeah.
objection.
Yeah, just throw it out.
Regardless, he had to
All right.
identify himself, and he refused to.
Okay, all right. Not a problem. Thank you, Officer Sheriff JT. So just really quickly to wrap up and let you out of here, because we are, it is our, like we stated, our intent to show and prove that the officer that arrested Mr. Sandman did nothing illegal or out of the way of SOP. So just one more time for the court. In your professional opinion, he did not do anything of the sort, correct?
That is correct. Blackstone did not violate anything.
Thank you very much. You have a great day.
You do the same.
We turn the witness over to the defense.
Thank
like to
you. You
proceed,
may
Your Honor.
proceed.
Sheriff JT, you just spoke on your position as the sheriff. So you do oversee a whole department, correct?
Correct.
Oh, and with overseeing a whole department, you do what exactly? You just oversight your employees?
I don't see how this is relevant. I do what a high command is supposed to do. I don't think I need to go down the necessary steps of what I do as a sheriff.
I'm trying to understand. Well, you just spoke on whether your officer did what he was supposed to or not, correct?
Correct. How does this relate to anything?
So I'm trying to figure out exactly what it is that you do so we can proceed.
They go through an FTO process. I make sure that all my FTO trainers go through everything that they need to get the deputies out of their cadet vest so that they know what they need to do. So when I do my exit evals, I go through everything that they need to make sure that they're completing their job correctly.
So you do oversight the training of your officers then, correct?
I do.
Okay. So now, do you run into issues ever with your officers not following the SOPs?
Who doesn't run into issues?
I'm asking you.
I do. They happen sometimes, yes.
So they do happen.
Yeah, but I'm 100% sure with Blackstone, I haven't had any issues with him ever come to my desk.
It was just a yes or no.
Okay, I'm just answering your question.
A yes or no would suffice.
Continue.
So on the day in question, when I requested a supervisor and you showed up to assist Blackstone, what exactly, if you can recall, what was the reason that he told you he wanted to ID me?
I don't recall. That was a while back, and I oversee a lot of things. I didn't have time to prepare, nor did I know that I would be here for this case, so I can't give you that information.
Interesting. And do you recall at all what he stated to you about my identity?
I do not.
Your Honor, I'd like to review a piece of evidence here submitted on our behalf of an exchange between Blackstone and Sheriff JT.
Go ahead.
You guys can see this, correct?
Max was submitted.
All I see is easy and
my
secure or
apologies.
something.
Wrong. There we go. Good. You guys can see this?
Yep.
Yes.
So this here is inside PD at the fingerprint machine. Blackstone has already requested the supervisor that I asked for. Sheriff JT arrives. They spoke outside the door. I have no idea what they spoke, hence why I asked Sheriff JT if she could recall that moment. She does not. But you can hear the verbal exchange between Blackstone and JT as they approach me.
No, well, man, hey, Jimmy Sandman, man.
I honestly do believe he's Jimmy Sandman, but I just want.
Oh, right there's the first piece, Your Honor, where Blackstone does state that he does believe I am Jimmy Sandman. All right. That's the first piece. We'll continue.
To double verify, and especially since I'm training, this shows Deputy Weaver here how to fingerprint machine.
Yeah. So now that next piece there, he states to JT, Sheriff JT, that he just wanted to double verify. Not that it was standard operating procedure. Not because I didn't have a photo in the MDT. Not because I didn't have fingerprints in the system. Because he just wanted to double verify. And he's training.
So a part of training, you need to make sure that you're following the SOP. So regardless if he needed to double verify, Blackstone is doing what he's supposed to. Just taking.
I didn't ask you any questions. I didn't ask you any questions. There was no questions that were asked to you, so I don't know why.
I don't need the disrespect.
There's no
Please and thank
disrespect.
you.
There wasn't a question. There's
Yeah,
there's a way a procedure works in court. And there was no question asked to you.
Order.
So with
Y'all need me
that,
for anything else?
with that being said,
I'm gonna cross.
I didn't even finish.
Just,
Yeah.
I know.
Okay,
I'm just
okay.
letting her know because you know what I mean. Yeah.
So with that being said, he said that he was training the cadet, and this is a good thing for him to see. All right. Not that it's part of standard operating procedures. He wanted to show the cadet how the fingerprint machine works. He just wanted to double verify, but he did in fact believe I was Jimmy Sandman. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
State requests permission to cross.
Go ahead.
Sheriff JT, with now you heard what Mr. Sandman just said. Now the question is does it still fall under standard operating procedure to go ahead and double verify? Is there anything outside of standard operating procedure that says that you cannot double verify, even triple verify? Let's say triple verify if need be, or if you, as we saw in the footage that Mr. Sandman submitted, that we are training a new cadet to do the job properly as he's supposed to. Does it fall under standard operating procedure to be able to make that call?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with double verifying, triple verifying. You need to do whatever you need to do to secure yourself and make sure that you are indeed jailing the correct person.
Thank you. So it's kind of like
Jared, what's going on?
How would you say where I'm from in the South? You measure twice and you cut once. That's what we say where I'm from in Georgia. Okay, so basically, as the state said that we intend to prove, absolutely nothing was done outside of standard operating procedure. Okay, nothing outside of standard operating procedure was done, and the officer in question was not in the wrong. Thank you, Sheriff JT.
You're welcome.
I'd like to cross one more time, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Sheriff JT, when you arrived on scene and spoke with Blackstone, did at any point from the beginning to the end of our encounter, did you have any suspicion that I wasn't who I said I was?
Yes, because I've never seen you before, and so if I was arresting you, I would have properly identified you between one of those two ways, either coming down here to get an ID or getting your fingerprint. So yes.
Well, what specifically was your suspicion that I wasn't who I said I was?
I just said I never arrested you before, so if I never arrest anybody, I go ahead and follow proper protocol and get their fingerprint so that I can match it to what their name is that they're giving me.
So just to help me ease my mind here. So your suspicion, because you've never met me before, it was potential that I wasn't who I said I was.
100%.
That's interesting. No further questions.
Okay. You're free to get down on the bench. Thank you for your time.
The state has no further witnesses at this time, Your Honor. We conclude.
Your Honor, I would like to, since Blackstone is not here, I would like to play from Zona and his patrol vehicle dash cam footage and hospital cam footage of the actual encounter that transpired between the two of us, since he's not here.
Objection, Your Honor. Was this footage submitted for evidence prior to?
It is.
It is? Okay.
It is in there. Yep.
All right.
If I can proceed, Your Honor.
Objection.
Go ahead.
Okay. It's going to be multiple clips here, Your Honor. They're all from the same. The first two are from Zona. The third would be from the city services building, their camera, and then his patrol vehicle. So, Your Honor, what you're going to see here is I was just picked up at Zona by an EMS worker. Blackstone then asked to pat search me, which I 100% obliged to and walk over. You can see him physically search me and then state my name before asking me my name, which I then, in fact, do state my name. But he was unable to hear me confirm that that was my name.
Hey, come here so I can pass search. Your name is Jimmy Sandman?
Hell yeah, Mike. They call me Jimmy.
Hello?
Hello, Mike. You hear me, Mike?
Hey, what's your name?
Jimmy, Mike.
Man, you ain't even got.
As you can see there, Your Honor, like I stated, he searched me. I had a driver's license on me. He read my name off the driver's license. I did indeed, in fact, confirm that that was myself, but he was unable to hear me.
You hear me, Mike?
You guys are more than welcome to use one of those.
Hello, Mike. Can you hear me, Mike?
They take off white. Where you going?
Hey, Mike. Can you hear me, Mike? Hello, anybody hear me?
I can hear
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, this motherfucker, he's magically now can't hear me, Mike.
Who's talking?
Me, the motherfucker with the McDonald's bag head, Mike.
Oh, I didn't even know who the hell was talking.
Hey, you can search me and set me up from here, bro.
I just told you, partner.
that's
They
definitely
gonna
not
take them
happening.
out white ones.
What's your name,
Tell
bro?
him my name Jimmy,
My
Mike.
name's Jimmy Rambo.
That's Jimmy, I'm Jimmy. That Jimmy.
Take your Angels jersey. Where you going?
That Jimmy Rambo. I'm Jimmy
Lord,
Sandman.
you search his pockets.
Yeah, I got this one.
You do the report on that one. We're gonna take him over to City Services, verify these names, cause he can't seem to answer me with his
I already
name.
answered him. He did my.
As you see there, Your Honor, that video shows that his reasoning from his own mouth was to go over to City Services and verify these names since he can't answer me, which, as you can tell from the hospital cameras, that I did in fact answer him, but he could not hear me. So his reasoning, once again, was because his initial reasoning was because I didn't answer him. Now, the third clip is he's now able to hear me and further questions me about my identification.
He clearly can't hear me. Tell him my name's
What's your
Jimmy.
birthday?
You better take that jersey out. Where you going?
Shut the fuck up. Green vest.
Jimmy, what's your birthday?
7184, motherfucker.
As you see there, Your Honor, he then asked me what my birth date was. I give him my birthday in a reasonable time. I didn't wait or hesitate. Answered it very swift and quickly.
I did not see the person you brought in here.
Hey, Jimmy Rambo, I'm Jimmy Sandman. We Jimmy and Jimmy.
This new city.
Hey, Jimmy. Hey, Jimmy.
What's up?
This motherfucker ain't believe my name was Jimmy.
He ain't believe my name was Jimmy. It's crazy.
know he-
Both y'all named Jimmy Sandman?
No, his name Jimmy Rambo.
Okay.
My name Jimmy Sandman. His name Jimmy Rambo. We Jimmy and Jimmy.
Jimmy Rambo. I'm new to the city.
All right. Well, you don't have a photo in here for me to verify.
No shit.
I just told you I'm new to the city.
It clearly can't.
So, and what I'm doing here, Your Honor, is I'm showing you that, and remind you, Your Honor, that this is a case of failing to ID myself. Not whether an officer followed SOP procedures, whether in fact the charge of failing to ID was a lawful charge to charge me with. And as you can see in the hospital cam footage in and by itself, I did in fact verbally and physically with a copy ID myself. Sergeant Blackstone's initial reasoning was because I didn't answer him, is why he wanted to verify if that was me. After verifying with speaking with him, it then switched to, well, there's not a photo in the system. And what I'm trying to do here, Your Honor, is just show that there wasn't that, indeed, in fact, a continuance of reasons. After one was shut down, there would be another reason on why my ID was needed, even though I presented a physical copy and verbally answered his questions about my identity. Now we're going to move to the last piece of footage here, which is it starts in the City Services camera in the City Services building and then into his patrol vehicle.
Man, so like the answer, now to answer your three, one, there not being a picture in there ain't got shit to do with me, man. That's on your officers. Two, the car belong to my homeboy. I'm allowed to borrow a car.
That's fine.
And three,
if you don't want to buy an ID, we'll fingerprint. If you don't want a fingerprint, we'll handle it another way.
And three, just because other motherfuckers is giving you fake IDs, don't mean you can put that on me. You can't cook that.
And Your Honor, right there with the fake IDs, this comes back earlier to a situation Slap spoke on, where he stated from his own mouth that he felt though Blackstone put his own personal opinion in the report and held me accountable for quote unquote things that he's unaware of, as far as people running around or a bunch of people having stolen IDs. He then tried to
use something that potentially maybe other people were doing on myself. With me, that's with them. They gave you fake IDs. I bet y'all don't. I already gave you ID and I gave you my birthday.
We'll send
I'm not required to ID. I'm not required to ID myself multiple ways. Do you suspect me not being Jimmy Sandman?
No, I need to properly identify.
And again, to reiterate on the other video we watched on the encounter with JT, he once again states, when I ask him, do you suspect that I am not Jimmy Sandman? He says no. So, and what this concludes, Your Honor, is the evidence that we have submitted, that in fact, I did properly ID myself, and the officer verbally admitted 2 separate times to me and Sheriff JT that he didn't suspect I wasn't this person, and he did believe that I was Jimmy Sandman. Yet for some reason, we went on a witch hunt party to try and continuously go through the hoops on reasons to why he wanted to continue to ID me. He changed his reasonings numerous occasions, and you see that and hear that for yourself with the cameras that were in Zona, his PD vehicle, city services, and the police station. At no point in time did he ever state that that was the procedures for why he needed to ID me. It was because 1, the first time I wasn't answering him, and then 2, because I didn't have a picture in the system, and then 3, it was because he wanted to double verify. Never because it was standard operating procedures. It was because he just simply wanted to go through these hoops when I properly ID'd myself.
Your Honor, the state would like to recall Sheriff JT.
All right.
Now, Your Honor, we're also going to pull back up footage, the same 4K footage, but from a different perspective. Okay, Sheriff JT. Really quickly, let me play this real quick. As we can see Sheriff JT is right there on her MDT system. We see the suspect, Mr. Sandman, and we also see the trainee. We also see officer right behind Sheriff JT. Now, Sheriff JT, what I need you to do is to answer for me if at any point during this section that I'm going to play, if any of this would constitute as failing to ID yourself.
Be with your training or your investigation.
Excuse me.
With your training.
Fingerprint. And then this shows Deputy Weaver here how to fingerprint machine.
Yeah, I don't have to help you with your training or your investigation.
Yeah, so unfortunately, sir, you don't have a choice. So you're either going to identify yourself by going down to City
said
Hall.
No. I got the choice.
So,
my answer is no, man.
So then what's going to happen, sir, is that you're just going to sit down for the 9. So if that's something that you like to do, we can go ahead and get you processed. And have you sit down in the cell for the 9.
You set me down for the 9 for not IDing myself?
Yes, you have to properly identify
I
yourself.
already did. I provided identification. I ID myself verbally and gave you my birthday.
You're either going to scan your fingerprint on this nice
no, I'm not, man.
that we have, or
no,
you're
I'm
going to
not,
go to
man.
City Hall and get yourself an ID.
No, I'm not, man.
Those are your only 2 options.
No, I'm not, man.
If you don't want to do that, then we
no,
can
I'm not, man.
in the cells down.
See no Sandman in the system.
Nice
no, I'm not, man.
That we have, or
no, I'm not,
go to
man.
City Hall and get yourself an ID.
No, I'm not, man.
Those are your only 2
no,
options.
I'm not,
if you
man.
don't want to do that, then we
no,
can
I'm not.
Let the court show that Mr. Sandman repeatedly said
verbally and gave you my birthday.
You're either going to scan your fingerprint on this nice
no, I'm not, man.
that we have, or
no,
you're
I'm
going to
not,
go to City
man.
Hall and get yourself an ID.
No, I'm not, man.
Those are your only 2
no,
options.
I'm not,
if
man.
you don't want to do that, then we
no,
can
I'm
sit
not,
down
man.
in the cells down.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Sheriff JT. in any of that, could you tell the court, was any of that declining to offer an ID? Or is any of that failing to identify?
Absolutely. He said he did not want to help with training or investigation. And then he also said, no, I'm not Maine, repeatedly when given the choices to identify himself properly.
All right. So let that be known, Your Honor. As the defendant said himself out of his own mouth, this case is about failing to identify. Now, that doesn't mean with, at just the beginning identifying, at the end identifying, in the middle not identifying. He was arrested, he was charged with failure to identify because he repeatedly stated, I will not fingerprint myself to give you the identification that you need in order to do your job. So again, the state argues that the PD has done absolutely nothing wrong. They tried to identify, and by Mr. Sandman himself stating, no, man, no, man, no, man, he stated he's not going to identify. That's what we have, Your Honor. Thank you, Sheriff JT.
I'd like to cross-examine, Your Honor.
It's the last one. Make it quick.
Sheriff JT, is providing identification failing to ID?
No.
Okay. Is anyone that is arrested required to help the police department with their investigation, whatever that investigation may entail?
You are required to identify yourself by the means that we ask you to.
I that's not the question I asked. I asked, is someone that is arrested required to assist in an investigation?
Yes.
Huh?
You asked the question, I gave you an answer. Would you like me to elaborate?
Please tell me what law exists that says that a citizen has to assist a police officer in their investigation.
Okay, no,
Objection,
you
argumentative.
don't have to, but then
It's not argumentative. I simply
you get
asked
where
her
you're
to
at.
state. She said that a citizen who is arrested
There's no,
is there.
no,
Hold
Mr.
on.
Sandman.
Okay, so no, a citizen is not required to assist in an investigation. And once again, Your Honor, this shows that I did properly identify myself. They continued to want more and more and more without any actual suspicion, which we saw in the video posted. I'm sorry, the evidence that was submitted by the Zona camera footage, the city services footage, and PD, as well as his Blackstone's car, that in fact I did ID myself verbally and physically with a copy, and he had no suspicion whatsoever that I wasn't who I said I was. No further questions, Your Honor.
Sheriff JT, sorry, one last thing. Is it within the realm of possibility?
Hold on now, Your Honor. You said that was the last one, Your Honor.
Okay, you guys, let's wrap this up. Let's wrap this up.
All right, let's let
Are there any more witnesses
I don't believe there is, Your Honor.
or any other evidence that needs to be?
No, Your
presented?
Honor.
No.
Am I not allowed to say something as a witness? I wasn't talking to you. I was asking the judge, actually.
Right. You're right.
Unfortunately, without question, you cannot.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Judge.
I'm laughing, man. You can proceed with closing arguments there, DA.
Thank you, Your Honor, court, esteemed people of the court. I believe that the state has a very open and shut argument here. Okay, the state in the beginning said that we intend to prove that Mr. Sandman is guilty of these charges that were brought against him. We said that we intend to prove that he did not follow the orders of state officials, PD, and we also shown to the court video footage of him repeatedly stating that he would not assist the officers with what they needed in order to properly identify him by stating once again, "No, I'm not, man. No, I'm not, man." You heard it, court. Okay. Now, as we said, at no given time, there is no set specific time that you are without being able to be charged with something. So if at any point while arrested, if you do something that breaks the law, you can be charged for breaking that law. Clearly, Mr. Sandman broke the law. Okay? He broke a law by refusing to identify himself to officers. Okay? We said that we intend to prove that the state did absolutely nothing wrong. They followed they followed standard operating procedure in everything that they did. They did not do anything illegal to Mr. Sandman. If anything, Mr. Sandman did something illegal himself. And you all saw it firsthand. So, with that being said, esteemed gentlemen and ladies of the court, I ask that you find this man guilty and hopefully put him in a rehabilitation center so that way he can mend his ways, because clearly he is a threat, he is a danger to society.
Zane, what's going on with you?
And overall, he's just a bad person.
I appreciate you for spending your nonchalant time with me.
In court.
Your Honor, and ladies and gentlemen of the courtroom, after we heard testimonies from Officer Slap, he did in fact state, to the best of his knowledge, not every officer follows the SOP. After hearing the testimony of Sheriff JT, she stated what the SOP states you can do. But at any point throughout all the evidence submitted, if we actually hear from the arresting officer any of the actual SOP quote unquote reasons on why he continued to want to further identify myself. Again, the charges presented were failing to properly ID myself. Yet, through evidence, we saw that I did, in fact, properly ID myself, verbally and with a physical copy of my driver's license. We also heard through evidence on 2 separate occasions the arresting officer state that at no point in time did he suspect I wasn't who I said I was. And then stated again that he did believe I was Jimmy Sandman. So how could you charge me with a crime of failing to ID when, as you saw in evidence, I did ID, and he suspected I was the person on the ID. Your Honor, if you don't see the foolishness in this, may God help us all. The evidence proves beyond a reasonable doubt I did, in fact, ID myself. And the arresting officer, once again, believed I was who I said I was. And through testimony, we've heard that no, not all officers follow the SOP. So I would like, Your Honor, for you to really, 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 really use your best judgment here, which I feel as though you will, and find me not guilty of failing to ID when I did, in fact, ID myself, and there was no suspicion of me not being who I said I was. I rest, Your Honor.
All right, give me a couple minutes to deliberate. I'll be right back. Take a 5-minute recess, everybody.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This one, you guys, I'm gonna go with this a little bit easier than the last one. This one's a little bit easier than last time and all the other cases. Versus the evidence that was presented, like we said, we go back to the charges. The way I'm going to be judging is I'm going to go specifically on the charges that they're fighting. So his charge was failure to ID. Now, he did identify himself 2 other times, and I will give him that. And I also do not have any reason to believe that he was not who he said he was. However, at the end where they asked him again to go ahead and identify himself again with the fingerprint or an ID, they were in the middle of training. And even though that's, they're not questioning the SOP, that's reason enough to make him fingerprint himself, is to show a trainee, a recruit, how to use the fingerprint machine. Unfortunately, it was on his time, and that's not, that's just random. That's nothing to do with him. And there was a specific point in time where he actually said that is the reason why we're doing the fingerprint, is to train. He's training. So to sit down and disagree with that right there, you're failing to ID right there. When you said I'm not going to, or you said right there, you said that. And then to follow through and keep saying I'm not going to identify me. God. What are you talking about? You can't have that. So then to continually say, no, I'm not main, no, I'm not main, no, I'm not main, no, I'm not main. As you keep saying, no, I'm not main, that is specifically failing to ID. And my example will be, if you're driving down the street and you see a red light and you stop and you move to the next one, you move to the next light, it's a red light and you stop. If you move to that third red light and you drive through it, have you broken the law? And you have. So in this case, he ID'd himself 2 times before, and then the third time when it was time, he still went ahead and said, no, I'm not main. At that point, you now have said, I'm failing to identify myself. And that's the way I'm going to have to go ahead and see it. That's just the way I'm going to have to go and see it. You definitely, at that point, like I said, it's only about the charge. And I had this thought in my head before the prosecutor even brought it up, that there at any point in time you can break the law. I mean, even if you did it the first 2 times, the third time you were asked, you can break the law by refusing at that third juncture. So yeah, this one I wasn't so much on the fence with as I was the other cases before, but I'm gonna go ahead and get up out of here. Unfortunately, he served 2,000 months for a 40-month trial.
Okay. The taco man drop off some extra tacos just in case you want some.
Do we have a verdict, Your Honor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I'm ready to give my verdict. Is everybody present? Yes, they are. Okay. Jimmy Sandman, on the charges of failure to identify yourself, I do find you guilty. I do believe that. Hold on. I'm sorry. I do believe that you did identify yourself 2 times prior to coming to the fingerprint machine. I also have no reason to disbelieve that you were Jimmy Sandman. However, once you came to that third one and they asked you to identify yourself again and you refused, you did break the law at that point in time. It's just like if you were driving down the street and you stopped at one red light, you stopped at the second red light, and you ran through the third one. At that point, you broke the law. So that's why I'm going to have to go with the side of guilty. You've already served quite a substantial amount of time for, I believe, it was a 40-month charge. So you're not going to get any more jail time. You've upheld your bond, and I salute you for that. You will get your ankle monitor removed, and you'll be free to go after this, after your ankle monitor is removed. You guys hear me? I guess I hear you guys.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we could always hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I can hear you guys.
Well, you gotta go ahead and tell them now. You hear me?
Say what?
At this time, we'd like to. How long do we have to appeal, Your Honor?
I don't really think that's set right this second.
Is there a certain procedure?
I would say you should appeal within 7 days of a verdict, just to make sure that this doesn't get, stale. I would say the procedure would be is that you'd have to file a motion for appeal, and then after that, I'll notify you the rest of the procedure.
Okay.
Is there anything else for any questions?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Sandman, do you have anything else you would like to say?
Nah, I'm just baffled by your decision, Your Honor. I probably ID'd myself 2 times, but because PD chose to go on a witch hunt to go through all the hoops to continue to want me to ID myself multiple ways, it eventually led to you deciding I was guilty for not IDing myself. Yeah, we're gonna file an appeal. We're gonna file an appeal.
I'm not gonna lie, I can't see anybody in the courtroom. It's like completely empty in here.
Yeah, we see you walking around. But again, like I said, if you did identify yourself the 2 times, we give you that. But
how many times was I supposed to ID myself, Your Honor? 10 times? Did they ask me 10 times?
Is there a rule? Is there a rule? How many times?
Is there a rule of how many times?
I'm talking to the judge.
Yeah. No, we're just talking.
Irrelevant. Irrelevant. It's over.
Conversation with the judge. I'm just confused, Your Honor. Like how many how many hoops did I have to continue to jump through before saying no was enough, and then yet still being found guilty on a charge you just said out your own mouth, Your Honor, that I 2 times properly ID'd myself.
True.
You said it.
My thing about it
was
was
in contempt. Your Honor, he should be held in contempt.
I asked him if he had any other questions. I asked him. He's fine. I think the only part about it, like the part that stuck out to me, was that they were training. If they weren't training somebody at the time, you would be right. But because they are training, and unfortunately, it was on your time that they were training.
The trainer has, Your Honor, the trainer don't have shit to do with me.
It doesn't. That's why I said unfortunately it was on your time.
We gonna file an appeal and we gonna use that statement because there's a typewriter. They type all the shit that we say in this courtroom.
Absolutely.
We're gonna be using that in the appeal that you
That's
did.
Fine.
That you stated I did identify myself.
You did
2 times.
You gotta be blind to say you didn't do that, but to say that you still didn't break the law the 3rd time.
Let me just finish so we can just hear how.
Hold on to that. Let
me just finish real quick, Your Honor.
You still broke the law when you said no, man.
Let me just finish real quick so you can hear how dumb this sounds. You did properly ID yourself 2 times, but you're found guilty of not IDing yourself. What?
At the 3rd juncture, yes. Just like I said as the example, if you drive through, if you stop at 2 red lights prior to the 3rd one.
If they ask me 10 times, I have to do all 10 times. At any point did I say no throughout those 10 times, you still would have found me guilty?
Yes.
What?
Yes. The moment you broke the law, every time you went to that store that you robbed, and you bought one regular thing and walked out, you did exactly the moment you robbed it, you broke it. You can't say I went here 20 times prior to and did and actually bought something.
Turn this shit off.
Yeah, I don't know who turned that shit on.
Your Honor, I'm not even gonna lie, Your Honor. With all due respect, it's gotta be the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard.
Order in the court, Judge.
I can speak on behalf of the judge. What the fuck?
I'm also a sheriff, so if we're done with this
what
case,
does that have to do with anything?
Right,
can we get his monitor? We will get his monitor removed.
Me and the judge are speaking. This is the judge's room. I'm speaking with the judge, not you.
I'm talking to the judge, and
I did open this line of communication with him.
See, look, he just said. He just said open this line of communication.
You're ready.
I'm okay with it. And
you see this witch hunt, Your Honor? They just out to get me.
Hey, Sandman. Just remember.
Mr. Slap, can you please remove his monitor, please? His ankle monitor?
Your Honor,
we're gonna be
dismissed. Her testimony is not needed anymore.
We're gonna be filing a motion to appeal, so I'll stay on the ankle monitor.
Hey, Sandman.
You don't need it for the appeal.
When you go up against me, you go up against the best.
Motherfucker, what? The judge is fucked. You didn't win that.
Nah, bro, you can't.
Anklet has
bro, don't forget you got a second. You know what I mean? Don't be that. Don't be that guy.
No,
this man gave you all the day in the world. Don't be that guy. Just don't be that guy.
Your Honor, I would.
I can't see nothing in here.
I would request that the ankle monitor stay on and I stay out on bond because I'm going to once again refuse to fingerprint myself until an appeal.
Yeah, but you don't need your ankle monitor. Just take it off.
No, I'm gonna stay out on bond.
Yeah, but
I'm gonna stay out on bond.
But you won't need to identify yourself anymore because you're found guilty on it. So it is what it is. You served your time for it, and you get to be free. You don't need the ankle. I mean, if you want to keep it, you keep it, but you don't need, that's like saying we got to set a new bond for you. We're not going to set a new bond for you. You're going to file for appeal as a free man. You're free now because you served your time for the crime. And if you want to file an appeal and come back, you can. If not, go about it.
Oh no, we definitely filed an appeal. Get the paperwork started, Ron.
Yeah, can we walk out so I can see y'all? I can't see shit.
You walk all the way out the.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be. Hold on. Hey, let's all hop out. Let's all hop out of this. What you just said perhaps might have been the dumbest shit that I have ever heard in my entire life.
You can't tell me that if you break the law, and when you can't tell me that when you decided to break the law, it's like you can't decide that.
But at what point, Your Honor, would you have found that the officers were
excessive? Yeah,
correct. Excessively trying to ID me when I already properly ID'd myself.
I'm probably gonna
at this point. I think at this point, like I said, you're looking for more. You know, what I mean, you're looking at the camera footage, and I'm gonna say this stuff is not gonna be admissible. But like I said before, if there was not,
our conversation.
Yeah, our conversation.
Oh, okay, yeah.
If there was not a trainee there, then yes, you would be right. They probably would be more so excessive, and they're trying to, make sure. Using outside information.
Then you're taking. Last time I checked, 66% is better than 33%. You said that I properly ID'd myself 2 separate times, but on the third one I failed.
You did, and that's when
the third.
So this is the thing.
On the third one, Your Honor, he also stated on that third one that he did believe I was who I said I was.
Let me throw this part in there, right? So
before
you went to the fingerprint machine, I can guarantee you weren't charged with failure to identify yourself until you got to that. So you were
how could you charge someone for failing to ID?
Because that's the moment when you decided that I'm done ID. At that point, your frustration with it would have made it so that.
What is your driver's license considered? What is your driver's license considered to be?
No, that's what I did. That goes back to the saying. You already identified yourself 2 times prior to.
So once I handed them my ID, I could have pled the fifth. Correct.
Yeah.
In court,
he's right.
In court, you could.
Hold on. No. Why? I don't have to answer police's questions. I don't also have to help with their investigation. So when I handed him my ID, I could have simply said, as soon as he started asking me questions, I plead the fifth and not spoke the entire time. And then he would have charged me with failing the ID, but I had already properly ID'd.
Right. But instead you spoke and said, no, I'm not, man. And that's where it is. When you started saying, no, I'm not, man.
But refusing to talk also is a no. What do you mean? If someone asks you, if you are asked,
but if you had asserted your right to say I plead the fifth and I do not have to incriminate myself, then you're correct. Instead, you said no, I'm not, and it's not. That's not exercising your right. You're just at that point you're becoming an asshole, a jerk, and frustrating the officers.
But I specifically stated, Your Honor, no, I'm not. I already gave you my ID.
Don't forget the main. You gotta say the main.
Mine. So it wasn't a straight no. It was no, I already gave you my ID.
Mm-hmm. And they weren't. I don't believe that they were wrong for taking you to get your fingerprinted. Like I said, they were in the middle of trying to train a recruit. And
but
at that point, when you said I'm not going to do that, it has nothing to do with you.
No, I didn't say that. But repeat.
That's just like if you go to the doctor's office and they got somebody training and sticking a needle in your arm. You can't do nothing about that.
What you mean? I could definitely say no. I don't want this trainer to fucking touch me. What do you mean? Okay. I don't have to help somebody with their training. That's what we come back to again. I don't have to assist PD in their investigation. I also don't have to assist in them helping their trainers either. That's not my job. I don't get paid by the state to do those things. I don't have to assist. He asked you for my identification. Gave it to him. He asked me to state my name and birthday. Gave it to him. That's it. Period. That's it. That's all. That's why I think you fucked up.
Nah.
They could have asked 100 times more for me to go through hoops to ID myself. I already did. No, I'm not gonna fingerprint myself. I already gave you my ID. So I'll go file appeal and we'll get the opinion of another judge.
All right.
Because we could definitely get evidence of many officers arresting people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? With no picture.
Hold on now.
They don't ask them.
Hold on. Let's file for a mistrial. They allowed the witnesses
They allowed testimony from non-subpoenaed witnesses.
Who?
What you mean? When did Slap and JT have a subpoena and we're on a witness list?
Yeah. We didn't do it because we didn't want them.
We didn't need them. And somehow they magically appeared and were able to testify. Yeah. Let's go ahead, Ron. Let's go ahead and let's go ahead and file an appeal. See if we can also get a mistrial too as well.
Well, good luck to you, the both of you.
You fucked up like PD fucked up.
Just like he tried to object to new evidence.
I think you fucked up. I think you fucked up worse than PD did, actually. I didn't agree to no witness. When did we ever get asked to agree to a witness? You brought forth and called.
Bro, and this comes from you. You clearly said, make sure we have everything. And you did the same shit to me on the other trial. You brought people that you didn't even give me witnesses to. And you know what I mean? And we let it slide, but I mean, you don't play the same ball. I'm just saying.
I will give him that.
You want to play ball, all of us together? You got to play ball.
Hey,
the same way.
If we get an appeal and it gets tossed or we get found not guilty, I'm upping that shit to $5 million. So when
I'm
this
just
judge,
saying, like if you want this process to be the same, we all got to play the same ball. The same ball.
No, what?
No,
no, you literally.
What do you mean?
What
do you mean?
What? You literally opened up with.
I had no comment on.
You literally
what?
opened
No,
up
you're
with.
crazy,
I
bro.
call Slap to the stand. Like what the fuck?
What?
What?
That's what I'm saying.
And honestly, Slap now you know. Don't call Slap to the stand. Like he will burn PD to the ground saying some of the shit he was saying.
Yeah, not to mention, not all officers follow SOP.
Yeah, because look at
Blackstone.
I'm just saying as the DOJ.
Hold on. Listen,
like
Ron.
hold on. From the judges, no, hold on, because they did the same shit to me last time, and I'm kind of done with that shit. As a DOJ, if that shit is not in, like you guys as judges, I mean, you got to play the same ball. Like if that shit's not
see, that's the thing. It's not up to the judges to be.
No, listen, but I submitted I submitted my evidence straight to the judge.
That's
fine. To him.
Well, but here's the thing, though. It's not up to the judge to be like, oh, this witness isn't on your list. You, as the lawyer, are supposed to be like, are supposed like, Your Honor, I object to this witness because this witness was
I can see you and hear you because you just
know,
walked in. I can't see or hear anybody else.
Listen,
can you hear me?
But with no disrespect, last time,
I did but you see everybody else in here.
I did say that there was no.
Can you see everybody else in here?
No. Last time I did say that there was.
You like it looks empty.
That there was no witness.
Everybody.
Yeah, for some reason I can't see nobody.
And you still accepted.
I know they're here, but
and then I looked like an idiot.
Judge, can I
whole
speak
city.
to you in your chamber?
And they were like, "Oh, what you mean?"
I didn't hear you say that.
Bro, I could play it back.
Too loud down here.
We over here.
I could play it back. No, I'm just saying that's from my last case.
What's going on?
Judge, well, we have several issues. Number one, for some reason, we don't have the charge of obstructing justice or official business but it's in our penal code, in which is what he should have been charged with that night on that incident. He should have never been charged with failure to identify because he technically is what he's arguing. He technically identified himself, but he did not do what he was told to do by law enforcement agency, which becomes obstruction when he failed to give his fingerprint. And honestly, Judge, I think what you need to do, or what we need to do, is we need to get that added in the MDT, number one. Number two, he needs to be properly charged with the correct charge. I think the failure to identify should be dismissed, and new charges should be found about of obstructing justice.
I also have a question.
And he needs to identify himself if he's found guilty of that.
I was also going to say, why? Can I get more background information
even
on why
Sheriff JT is like
couldn't
disappearing
use,
depending on the way I talk.
Hold on.
No, he can't see nobody.
Yeah, I know. But when you talk, I can't hear what they're saying.
Yeah, I only see. Well, I see all three of y'all right now, but like Sheriff JT, she keep disappearing right in front of me.
Well, hush up and let her talk.
So
I can't hear. I can't hear her talking.
Okay,
I just
I
see
can't.
her.
Stop
Like,
talking. Just stop talking.
all right. Well, tell me
So-
what she's saying.
when I had brought up the information about the picture and the MDT not matching him, why was that thrown out by government? Like I said, I had no time to prepare for this, even as a witness.
No.
So I'm just trying to understand why that was thrown
That
out.
has because he got caught up there, and then ran into the city and hurried up and tried to like correct himself and
Okay,
get his
but-
picture taken and stuff like that.
Yeah, because
So-
he's not. But that's not fair because he's not that guy. So
It's not-
that's why
he's
I
not.
want the judge. I want the judge to be able to give us the rights to go ahead and fingerprint him and get an updated mugshot so that we can update his records because that's not him. I don't understand why that's.
Well, now that I found him guilty, he's still.
information.
You're right. Now that I found him guilty, he does need to go down and identify himself.
I need you to let him know that though, because then that
Also, who
overturns this whole
released
thing.
him
No
on bond?
appeal. There's no
I
appeal
did.
once we
I
identify
signed
him.
him.
He's
I
not
released him
Johnny
on bond.
Sandman.
Was it said why he was serving the nines and who sent him up for the nines?
I sent him up for the
Yeah,
nine.
she sent him for the nines.
We had government down there that night because he didn't properly identify. So
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You wasn't here when he got released on bond.
I wasn't.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So the whole stipulations of the scene of the situation was not said. He got sent up by she was told to send him up for the nines by Townsend because he failed to identify himself. by
Yeah, he
ID
said
or
he
fingerprint.
told me that, and he said Townsend was cool with him taking that and doing this all in court. So I had to set up a court date, and I released him on bond that day, which was last Wednesday, I believe.
I gotta give it back. Right?
So I knew all that already.
Like you guys might want to go
so-
whisper, honestly. But
So can we get him to grab his ID in here and also go to PD and fingerprints?
Yes, absolutely. So-
He's going to
Can you
refuse.
let him know that? Yeah, he's going to refuse.
Yeah.
And
It's
what
not
charge
him.
can we charge him with? We don't have instruction.
I gotta get back. I gotta get back.
I need you, since I did find you guilty, I need you to identify yourself.
No shit. This is why I told you to put me back on a fucking ankle monitor and keep the fucking bond. I'm appealing.
Well, but that's it. I don't think like you can't remain on bond and on ankle.
Well, then set me back up for the nines till I get a new judge.
Well, you haven't been charged with anything though, which is kind of.
Yeah, it's like now you have no charges and you've already done
Are
excessive
you?
time.
When did you become a lawyer / judge?
Now you're kind of in limbo right now.
No shit. I got law books in the prison I can read. I did 2,700 months. Yeah, you know arresting laws,
Judge,
not
I guess
procedures of
contempt of
court
court
cases.
I'm glad you know what I know,
charge him
sir.
with.
Yeah, well,
You-
here's
you
check
know
this
what I
out.
know.
So let me help you out with some knowledge.
I don't need you
I'm
to help me out with
requesting an
anything,
appeal,
sir.
so I get a new judge.
I know, I
You
said
don't
right.
know what you're talking about.
You look
talking
a little
anymore.
light-skinned
What
in
the
there.
fuck?
So apparently these are the only two judges, so you have to deal with what you have.
What the fuck are you talking about? You again? I'm talking to the judges. You are a cop.
Okay, and we need to deal with something else with you. Let the judge speak.
Again, send me up for the nines
But for
until
what
my
charge? That's the
appeal.
thing, like you haven't.
You
been
have no more
charged with
charges.
crime. You haven't-
No, what you mean?
Ask him to
I-
identify himself. He
Why
has to.
is
That's
she
coming from the
still?
judge. Because I can talk.
Again,
No,
send me
no.
up to the nines. I'm
For
not
what
going to
crime?
fingerprint. I'm not going
we
to
can't send you
fingerprint
up for no
myself
crime, though. This is the
until
problem.
I get an appeal.
So if you lose the appeal, you want to go to
It's not
Supreme Court
something
too?
the judges can have control over. This is a government law. Identify yourself. Is that
What
fucking
the fuck
easy?
are you talking about? This has already been discussed. I'm gonna go
Okay,
back
we
up for
need-
the nines
I know,
until
but
I get a new
for
court
what-
case.
I mean, I don't. It can't. It doesn't work like that though. It's like because you already served your time.
I know,
Like-
and now you want to fingerprint me, right?
No, I mean it's that I don't want to do
No,
nothing.
no, but they want to fingerprint me, right?
What I'm
Because
just
they need to
So
update that
send me
shit.
back up for the nines until my appeal is set.
I mean that's up to PD because we're not going to
No,
send you up there for a crime that you didn't commit. That's just not.
But wait, but is there a reason why?
Because
they
now
want to
now he is doing
get
what now
fingerprinted?
you are doing the obstruction
Like
of
what-
justice part. For real.
Yeah, what did
them
he
up.
do for them to
I'm saying send
even
me up for
try
nines.
to?
Well, no, because it's
So
like
ID.
I'll sit in prison until my court case.
Well, because it's like it's like at this point he lost the verdict, so it's like there's no reason for him to not identify himself. I guess that's what they're saying. Like
Because now he served his time for every charge included. Like not even just the failure to ID.
Calling you, Henry.
All of them. The robbery and
Answer the
whatever
phone.
else you had on the books.
yeah,
You've done excessive
like,
amount of
so,
time.
Yeah, so it's like there is no more charges. There is no more time to do basically. Like at this point, you're free to go.
Yo, can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we could hear you.
Yeah, it's
Okay, so now I
so
can
we
hear y'all,
so as
but
a
I'm,
judge,
like,
because
hold
we
on,
can't just like verdict you to jail for nothing.
I mean, but they can't request fingerprints for nothing or ID himself for nothing.
I mean that
he's doing nothing.
Like they're
can you hear me?
They need fingerprints. We have nothing to do.
Yeah,
with
I mean, but they have no reason for him to get ID.
I mean, she just explained it. She just said something about updating records. So
yeah, on his next arrest, he will definitely update that record.
No, he won't. He doesn't even want to do it here. I can't.
Ma'am, I'm speaking to the judge.
Okay, but
Thank
you're
you.
talking
Okay,
about
she's
something that you
speaking
need
to
my
you.
information about.
Well, I don't
very disrespectful. You and your fucking client.
Man, what I mean,
Ooh,
she's
now
been
you sound
disrespectful the whole
disrespectful.
day.
That
The
sounds
whole
like-
day.
sound like a massive hypocrite.
She ain't did nothing disrespectful at this point. Like I said before,
Exactly. I haven't said
the-
anything
Like,
disrespectful.
it's okay for only her
time.
to speak, but then we can't speak.
But every time she say something, y'all say something smart back to her. I understand why she get mad.
You gotta be careful before you get arrested again.
Well,
You gotta be careful.
being disrespectful
I'm not
is
doing
opinion.
anything.
Everybody has a right
you're
to their
entitled
opinion.
to your opinion. You
I
sure
know,
do,
I
but
agree.
you've been talking this whole time, sir, and I've
I
let you
was
talk.
representing myself, of course.
I wasn't.
Why
I'm
would
not
I
talking to you. I'm
Oh,
talking
okay.
to the guy that said I've been doing nothing but talking when I really haven't,
Oh,
and
okay,
he's barely said 2 words. So you've been able to talk this whole time, sir.
I can hear y'all now. I still
rest
can't
my
see
case.
y'all. And when I
Man, let's go
turn-
outside so this man can hear us. God damn it.
No, I can hear you now. I just can't see nobody.
But yeah, like I said, so it's not really up to us to send you.
Shit, there you go. I see y'all now. God damn.
Come on, let's go.
Sir, I still need you to go ahead and
Come on, Mr.
update your
Sandman.
records. You said it. You
Hey,
said it
man.
yourself that
This
you know,
is-
if you
this
did
is-
end up losing the
this
verdict,
is-
you would go ahead and do
Have
that.
to, I would have to ID myself, but now I'm being now that I'm being requested to fingerprint myself, but I want to appeal. If I didn't want to appeal,
Okay, so
because-
but the crazy part about that, there's time in between
So,
this verdict and the time
even
the
if-
appeal is
no
filed.
matter
You
what-
can't just
100%.
refuse. You can't refuse what's required of you between those.
You know
two
why he
steps.
said that? The only reason he said that was because he was about 98% sure he was going to win. He didn't account for the 2% that he could lose, and that if he lost,
I
he
said it was
knew
50-50.
he
actually.
knew
I
he
said
wasn't
it
gonna.
was 50-50. I said it was
Mr. Sandman,
50-50.
Come on, we're free to go until they have
I
a written statement from
hold
the
on.
court that you
I
have
want
to
it-
identify yourself.
Listen,
Come on, come on.
I want it. Hold on.
It was a
Why
good
everybody cut me
case,
off?
man.
Hold on.
It was a good
Listen.
case,
Hey, you didn't come out here to talk. We didn't come
out
out here so you can see, so you can talk shit, bro. Like, you
Yeah,
gotta get
exactly.
this
I'm not
anyway.
talking shit. I'm not talking shit.
Hey,
I
Bro,
said
just
it
relax.
was a
You
good
gotta
case.
take
had-
a chance, bro, and you
I
gotta chill.
feel as though when you gave your verdict,
Rain and good man. Let me holler at y'all.
literally made absolutely no fucking sense. That's why I want to appeal.
Listen, listen.
Hey,
Let's go before they give you the. Let's go before they give you the.
Slap, go with him real
So
quick.
at this point, he's not listening to law enforcement officers, and he's not listening to you as a judge.
Right.
Do y'all want to press any charges against him since he's
It needs to be a
disobeying?
rule that y'all need to have them identify themselves
Actually,
before
right.
even coming before a court, before a
Judges,
judge.
if you,
So I'm gonna ask it one more time. Let me see.
judges,
I'm asking
I
one more
really
time, and then I'm gonna
seriously
file
think
an contempt of the
Obstruction of
court.
justice.
I think you should consider allowing us to charge him with obstruction from the night, even though we don't have it in our MDT. I know he's probably gonna fucking argue that, but it's in our penal code. That obstruction of justice is the crime he committed.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Honestly, yeah, that is the correct crime that he should have been charged with.
It
So
is.
we charge him now. If he wants to argue him, he can sit in front and get a fucking bench trial right now for it. And go to jail if he chooses to go to jail and get another court case.
Actually,
and
he should volunteer that as much as he wants to go sit for the nines. Like I said, I'm gonna ask him one more time, then I'm gonna hold him in contempt of the court. You charge him with obstruction of justice, and that's how we'll go about it.
Sounds good.
They are right.
JT, I'm sorry that you.
I do have to fingerprint myself, but that's why I'm saying set me up for the nines.
All right. So
I wanted
again,
to
I need
appeal.
you to go ahead and identify yourself. So
I'll take the nines.
Okay, so then now we're gonna have to go ahead and
and if
I'm
we're
gonna have
doing-
to hold you in
and if we're
contempt of the
doing-
court.
Mr. Sandman,
And
you
if-
are
and
under
if we do-
arrest for obstruction of justice back on that fateful night. Bam, bam, bam. You obstructed by refusing to give your fingerprint. I don't know why this game
So are
took
you?
where he
So
was
are you
going.
failing? Are you ID right now?
No, I'm being asked. I'm being asked to be taken into
He's actually
custody
being charged
until
with
my
contempt
appeal.
of this situation.
He's going to be charged with contempt and obstruction for right now.
I don't
you
know
don't have
how
to
we
go back
can
and
do
give it to
contempt
him.
of court, considering we're outside and court is over. That would make zero sense.
Because the judge's
We were
orders
outside
is
because
judge's orders.
somebody
I
can't
haven't-
see.
I haven't.
That's
I
not.
haven't been handed.
That's
I
got
haven't
nothing
been
to do with
handed.
us. We could be
I
in a
haven't been
court.
handed an actual order.
All right.
And again, this would defeat the appeal if I fingerprint.
Well, you're going to have a new court case for obstruction because that night you got charged with something that's kind of weird. You should have been charged with obstruction, which if you would have charged with obstruction, you would have definitely had no leg to stand on because you flat out obstructed justice.
No, you can't. You can't go back and charge him for that though. You can't go back and charge. You can charge him for obstruction right now. He's obstructing justice now.
I'm not obstruction of justice. I'm not obstructing justice. I asked specifically
this
to be
is an
put.
obstruction. This
I
is
asked
contempt.
to renew bond. I asked to renew bond.
It was
and
denied.
Be out on bail until the appeal.
And that was denied.
Okay, if you deny it, then I request to be sent up for the 9s and holding until we have an appeal date.
And that too was denied.
How does that even make? That doesn't even make any sense.
Because we don't have the power to send you to 9 for no
It's
reason.
because we don't have anything to. Yeah, we're not gonna send you to jail just to send you to jail.
The whole purpose. Hold on, no, stop. Listen. The whole purpose was that I was sent for the 9s for failing the ID. Correct?
True.
Okay. So I was found guilty of failing the ID. Correct?
Absolutely.
Now I'm looking to appeal your verdict on my failing to ID. Correct?
Again, there is time in between
Hold on,
my verdict
hold on,
and
but
the
hold on.
appeal going through. You have not even been approved for an appeal yet. So you're,
Understandable. But indeed, I am appealing your verdict. Correct?
if you feel like it, right now technically you have not because there's no paperwork been filed yet. It's just
then. Well, we're gonna file it now.
Like
we'll get it all set in motion. I'm asking to be.
I got a
I'm asking to be
high-profile
held.
case I need to speak with you about.
I'm asking to be held or released on bond until the appeal.
I think it's the. I think I know.
I got no problem being on an ankle monitor, being up in prison until we go back to court for the appeal.
All right, yeah, you should know. Come man.
Okay.
I have a question.
Hold on.
All right,
This is
we
Carter's
got Trey and Stella on the yacht right now. We about to get a group to move in on them.
Okay, well, I'll be here for it.
Trust me.
All right, that's a bet.
No, I know, but listen.
All right, we about to go handle that, and then as soon as we get that handle, give y'all a call.
I'm taking Slap back to the office.
Hey,
You guys-
Sheriff
you guys about to
JT, thank
charge
you for
him or
thank
anything,
you for
or
your
no?
testimony today.
I don't feel like dealing with him.
Shut your fucking mouth. when you
Somebody
talk
got
to us,
to.
beautiful.
At this point, if he needs the money, just go ahead and revert
Hey,
the
what's
verdict
wrong with your
and
hair?
Go ahead and make him not
What's
guilty
wrong with
because
your
he
hair?
must need some money or something.
He's
What
looking for
What's
$5 million.
that on your-
Shit.
I'm well aware.
Yeah, I mean, he broke as a joke.
I got a bigger
I don't
situation to
really
handle,
care.
bigger fish to fry. You have a nice day, sir. All right, I'm going to PD. Meet y'all at PD.
All right, Slap. The car's run out the side.
I had to be placed on bond or sent for the 9s.
No, you don't, because he gave
Listen,
you time
no,
served. He
listen,
gave you time served.
you're not under fucking standing. All right, Bora Bora. If you do not fucking fingerprint yourself, you realize that, right? I was only granted this and not a fucking Bora Bora because I cooked it. If I fucking fingerprint myself right now, that would defeat the purpose of the appeal. What I'm trying to explain. That's what I'm trying to explain.
I get what you're saying, but at the same
If I
time, you're
fingerprint, if I
not
fingerprint
seeing our
right now,
side neither.
no,
we got a spoon in the bowl too. You know what I mean?
I understand where you guys are coming from. What I'm saying is, I want to appeal. If
All
I'm
right,
saying you can. Nothing's stopping you from that.
But if
You're
I
free
finger-
to go
but
until that appeal goes through. We're not saying you're gonna run. If you want to do an appeal and you got a court date, you can come.
But if I fingerprint myself right now, then there's no point in me appealing.
I mean,
Good-
there's
good stuff
nobody
in
here
court
to
today,
fingerprint
man.
you right now.
They definitely just let you go. They said they don't want to deal with this.
But listen, but
that was so
in
heavy.
order
I
not
just did the
to,
paperwork.
You won't.
I need to be on bond or in the 9s.
I'm gonna get out of here.
Can you hold yourself accountable? You already held yourself accountable enough. If you want to do an appeal, come back to the date. That's all you got to do.
Yeah, just come. Yeah, because you have basically file the appeal today.
Okay, okay. So how about this? Let's do this. All right. So are we calling it? I have 7 days to appeal.
Yes, you have 7 days
Okay.
to appeal. So
All right,
that's your grace period.
So
if
what I would
anyone
say,
tries to,
I would say this: if we do not properly appeal within 7 days, I must turn myself into PD for fingerprint.
Sure.
Agreed?
Yes, agreed.
It really don't matter because you're not.
You're
The
not
only reason you're appealing is because you want the
yes,
ID
yes,
back.
You're
yes,
not
But sure, we'll take that. We'll take that. We'll take that.
This
Agreed.
part.
I get
You're
it.
not understanding this part.
I get what you're saying. Like you have
Because
yes,
if you
yes,
listen,
you have 7
because
days.
if you listen, if y'all let me fucking go and I don't ever come back and I never fingerprinted myself, that means I got away with something that other people didn't.
Oh, you know, I get
That's
you.
what I'm trying to
yeah,
fucking tell y'all,
yeah.
bruh. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. That wouldn't be fair. That's why I asked to be placed on bond or for the 9s, because then if I still choose after, like if I don't appeal
Just
right,
trying to help the,
Okay,
everything else.
I didn't think about it from that
what I'm
perspective,
saying?
bro.
That's what I'm
All right.
saying.
yes,
No,
that's what
I
I'm
get
trying. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying because
He's not trying to be a dick, but other people think he's trying to be a dick. This is
no. Yeah. So that's the reason why I'm asking to be placed on bond or sent for the 9.
It's like can't the
because
7-day grace period be enough?
Yeah. If that's what we're doing, that works. Yeah. So I have 7 days to appeal. If I do not appeal within that time, I must turn myself into PD to fingerprint.
All right.
If I don't, well then.
But just remember,
I go bye-bye.
An appeal has to be approved by the judge.
That's fine. As long as he files it. As long as he files it, he's fine.
It's the file. Okay. Yeah, file it. Yeah.
You got
just
7 days to
file
file
it, and then the judge just needs to review it.
And if it gets denied, again, you have to go ID yourself.
Oh, great. I only get one appeal, and if another judge finds me guilty, I will 100% fingerprint myself.
All right, we all are on the.
I just feel like we're gonna slaughter you with that fucking transcript. Everybody keeps saying that I probably ID'd myself, and I'm still being found guilty and charged. That shit don't make no fucking sense, bro. That shit is so ass backwards. It's hilarious. No, I don't suspect you're not Jimmy Sandman. Yes, I believe you're Jimmy Sandman. Yes, you properly ID'd yourself.
What do I give this?
But you're still charged with felon ID.
His bond money.
What bond money? What are you talking about? He's not on bond.
I'm not on bond.
He's not on bond.
I'm free to go.
Okay,
I'm free to go.
So he didn't lose it? He's good?
No, the court took their 100K fee. You got your cut for the 150 grand.
He paid you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I have to file an appeal. If I don't file the appeal within 7 days, I must turn myself into PD for fingerprint.
All right.
10-4.
Alrighty.
And one more time, just for the other side of it, if it does get denied, you still have to fingerprint. So just to make sure it's clear cut.
If the appeal is denied, correct.
Yes. All right. So we're all good. We all good.
I understand.
I appreciate you. I didn't think about it from that perspective, but I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
so,
that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Like the cops left. I do have to fingerprint myself.
Okay. Now when you explain it in that context,
yeah, because it wasn't even it wasn't even something that was allowed. It was allowed because I cooked it right with going to court.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, but now I want to appeal. So now I'm continuing the cooking. The second that the cooking on this ends, if I'm not found not guilty, I do have to fingerprint myself.
Yep.
All right. So
we good.
Hey, get that appeal set in motion, Ron.
Yep. Email me.
Yeah, I got you.
All right.
All right. Have a good day,
I'll send you the paperwork for the.
Your Honor, as much as I absolutely feel as though your verdict was trash, I do appreciate your time.
I appreciate you. It was a good one.
A lot of time.
Judge Goodman, appreciate you.
Yeah, the next one is gonna be a smooth 45.
Let me ask you a question though, Your Honor. A truthful opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Was that a hard case to deliberate?
I mean, like I said, like both sides did a good job. In my opinion, I don't want to give my opinion because if I give my opinion, it helps.
I'm not asking you. No, I'm not asking you. I wanted to ask this judge.
Me? Do I think it was a hard one?
Since he already gave a verdict and he won't be my judge on the next case.
No, I didn't think it was very hard.
You didn't think it was hard to deliberate?
At first, it looked like it was, and you were. I do believe that it started out that way, but once the evidence started rolling in, like I said, there was a couple things that I saw that I just was like, okay, this is what I'm honing in on. And
I mean, all the evidence was submitted by me, so I don't know what evidence you're talking about.
Well, I know, and some of it, just because you submitted it all doesn't mean it didn't, kick you in your own ass too.
I don't think it did.
Well,
when we appeal it, we're gonna replay that third clip that you claim got me caught up, and it's gonna show no, I already gave you my ID and verbally stated my name.
I agree with you on that. I didn't deny that you did that.
So therefore, when you said I struck out on the third one, that's incorrect. I did not strike out the third one.
Well, then answer my example one more time too. If you did stop at this here red light right here, right? Yep. And then you drove to the next lane. You stopped at that red light. And then you drove to the next one. There was another red light, and you chose to drive through it. Did you?
I didn't.
Did you now break the law?
I didn't. But I didn't drive to the third one.
You refused to obey the law.
How?
It says stop. The law says stop at this red light, and you said, you know what, I did too. I don't have to go. I don't have to stop at this one. That's what you just decided to say nope.
Because I already stopped at it. That is what I said. Right?
Is that what you said? Is that what you said? Because I already stopped at the other two. I don't have to stop at this third red light.
Not the other two. Not the other two. I already stopped at it. A red light's a red light, right? I already ID'd myself.
There are different red lights.
But it
This
wasn't different.
light over here can stop you for 15 seconds. This one can stop you for 22 seconds. So the different lights are different lights.
But IDing is IDing. I properly identified myself.
You did.
How can you conduct an investigation with no suspicion? He said he did not suspect I was not Jimmy Sandman.
They never said they were conducting an investigation. They said they were doing training protocols.
Hold on.
That's not an investigation.
No. If you continue to investigate on who I am, are you continue to go through loopholes to do?
Think about it. Okay, think about it one more time from this way.
And get a fingerprint. That's investigating. That's investigative.
So here's the thing, right?
Why are you investigating something that you don't believe is the case?
They weren't investigating. Imagine this, right? Imagine you are Jimmy Sandman. So I have your ID. You've properly given me your ID. You've properly given me your birth date. And now I said, okay, I'm going to train this guy on somebody who has properly identified and can show how this shit all matches up. So I'm going to take you to the fingerprint machine so I can show you how this also says you are Jimmy Sandman. And at this point, you said, no, I'm not.
No, I already ID'd myself.
You did.
That was what I said.
So now he's using you as a perfect example to train on because you're already confirmed Jimmy Sandman.
But I do not have to help PD train their officers. Am I getting paid by the state? I missed it if I was. I mowed a lot of money.
No, but now you've used their time, and actually you are helping them be paid because now they have to use their funds to arrest you and take you to booking.
They didn't have to show up to the convenience store when I was robbing it. They chose to because they're paid by the state to do so. That's
there you
their
go.
job.
They're paid by the state to do so.
But that's
and now their job,
right?
And now their job is also to train the next
train
people
their
up.
officers, but not. But my job isn't to help them with their training.
No, and they didn't voluntarily ask you to help them with their training. They are doing their job.
They asked me to fingerprint myself, and I said no. I already gave you my ID.
Oh, wait, they just did that. What the fuck? Did they just? I know you saw that, Jimmy.
Yeah. Why didn't he just fingerprint the trainee to show him how it worked? So because he wanted to use me as a training example, I get found guilty. How does that make sense? It don't make no sense, Your Honor. It makes no sense. He wanted to use me as a training example because I didn't want to be a training example because I already properly ID'd myself. I'm guilty of not IDing myself. That's literally what you're saying. He decided to use me as a training example. I did not want to be a training example, and I already ID'd myself.
Listen,
you're guilty.
I'll send you the paperwork. That way we could turn it in, and let's see what they say.
Hey. We're gonna file appeal based on incompetence.
Hello.
Yo.
Just to make sure I'm on the right one.
Heard, Your Honor?
Huh?
So we're gonna file an appeal based on incompetence.
All right. Good luck again. We'll see you in 7 days. We'll see your paperwork within the next 7 days, bro.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good luck.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Holler at me real quick.
Yeah, I got you.
All right.
They're insane.
You said they are?
He is, man.
I mean, here's the thing with that case, right?
Are you
So,
finally
from my
catching on?
perspective, like PD messed up because they charged him with the incorrect charge. It shouldn't
Right.
have been a failure to identify. It should have been obstruction of justice because that's really what it was. Obstructed.
Absolutely.
He was found guilty. He identified himself, but he had no fingerprints to say, "Oh, got to go take it down and fingerprint." He don't want to fingerprint himself, so that's obstruction of justice. They would have charged him with that. At that point, boom, he wouldn't have been able to fight the case because he did obstruct justice. But since failure to identify is the thing, he technically did identify himself. Now, were they sure on this identification? I mean, they said, "I believe you," or you say you are, but I mean, the thing is,
David, I appreciate that follow.
By
bro.
him not fit. Oh, it's we got to fingerprint you to make sure. Well, you know what I mean? Like it's like he
I like
he
to judge
already
RP too, bro.
identified
It's
himself,
just love.
but they just had no way of proving that identity belonged to him because there was no picture and no fingerprints. So technically, even though he did identify himself, him verbally stating who he is and having that ID present is not enough. They needed to have fingerprint and picture.
And
now,
the fact that you just got charged robbing a store, we're now gonna take your fingerprint and your picture and put it into the system.
But I feel like PD just did a bad job explaining what they're explaining that, and I feel like that comes to them not trying to share what their SOPs are and what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
So I mean, honestly, I'm gonna try to use this case as a good example, and I'm gonna bring
Where are
out
you guys
Money in Townsend, and I'm gonna tell him like, hey, like, I know people aren't supposed to know, like, but you guys are training your officers to at least explain things better or why they're doing things because this could happen to anybody. Now, it probably won't because most people aren't going to take the effort and time to do that, what he did, but...
And it comes from his knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, since it was him, he's going to... So... But it might be some other dude who's like, no, I'm not going to do that. Like, so it's like, PDS do better at explaining it and, like, making sure to charge people for the right charges. But that's also a reason why we need the prosecutor to be in more so that he can be like, yeah, like walk people through stuff like that. But,
yeah, you got 32 and 39.
What's up, bro?
Hey, we're 32 and 39. We're brothers. We're happy and we're singing and we're. Do-do-do-do.
There it is.
Oh shit! Hey, what you give me $5,000 for?
$5? Bro, check that shit.
Why'd you give me $50,000 for? This isn't a bribe.
No. It's not brag, but I didn't do nothing for that shit. I'm gonna.
You don't gotta give me
Are you donating this to the Department of Justice? I'm gonna go ahead and put this in our bank.
There you go. It's a donation. It's a donation.
Yeah, I don't think we're allowed to accept these because technically it can be considered a bribe.
No.
It's not a bribe.
No, it's not. I'm not bribing you guys. I'm donating it to
Is this on behalf of Taco Libre?
Yeah, this is for our food stash. No, this ain't no bribe.
It better not be.
No. I talked to them earlier when we were writing.
Those.
No, hell no. I don't bribe people. I don't bribe people.
They need Leah in, don't they?
Who?
What do you mean? What happened? Something happened?
A liaison.
You just heard what they just said, right?
Oh, you talking? Yeah, no, I know.
Where?
Who just hit that? Wasn't there somebody else just hit that shit?
Not me.
Is that you, Aaliyah? If you're talking and we can't hear you, it's probably because your voice box messed up. You'd have to take a round trip in order to fix it if you want to talk on the phone or the radio.
Shit, we are in this motherfucker.
I know, yeah.
Now's the time.
Now's the time for. Oh yeah. Yeah, especially because what he said before that.
Yeah, now's the time.
It's about to get litty lit.
Ryan, you better buckle your seatbelt.
Yeah, mine.
Ron ain't representing them.
I know, but still.
What made it weird is that I see that there's an Anthony Morales online.
No, what's funny is when I told him, I told him when he gave me the bond, but I said, man, you forgot to take this receipt from the ATM out of here.
Ain't no way, bro. That's crazy. Yeah, that's funny though. I mean, yeah, he forgot about that part.
I couldn't use it, but I was just cracking up.
No,
like,
yeah, I know. It is funny. It is funny how like
you just go give me your receipt, show me how much money you got in your account, man. Come on,
PD was
man. You ain't
definitely
asked for a
like
balance though.
the PD like we they were over it. They're like, we're done. We don't want to do it.
Yeah, because it's never gonna stop, and I get why they just like, we got something other to do, and that shit be fuck it.
I know. I didn't realize that that if he wasn't arrested or in jail, then I didn't think he could get bored. I didn't know that. I was like, damn. No wonder why.
He wouldn't have been, but he was just being, I want to be fair to everybody. So I mean,
No, because you already know. Everyone be like, they'll be like, yeah, well, so and so, nigga. I was like, people be real quick.
Yeah, everybody tries to mimic what they see. But no, it wasn't very hard. Like I said,
I guess the feds raided the boat, and it was a huge shootout.
I knew it would be. They were gonna let that shit go without nothing.
Oh,
that's crazy. See, that's the reason why you don't party. Well, as judges, we can't party with criminals, unfortunately. I miss my lawyer days. I used to be able to turn up in the seediest of places. Now, if I'm there, it look like I'm taking some type of illicit profit or something.
Hold on, I'm gonna be in my head for a second. Give me a second.
No worries.
What's that? Your stomach? Huh? Did you poop? You did? Oh, are you okay? Your stomach hurt? Why didn't you say something, baby? Hmm? Your stomach hurt? Let me see. Hold on.
I gotta go walk the dog.
Ron the boxer.
So is there nobody getting arrested?
Are you finally catching on?
I wonder did they capture Trey and Stella?
I have no idea yet.
And I heard it was a big shootout when they raided the place.
Yeah, my demon had an accident, so my bad. What nothing happened
Yeah,
yet?
they good. No, nothing happened yet.
Trap what it do, Rob
Somebody
what
said
it
on
do.
Twitter, crazy PD was handing
CD
out
what it
pills on
do.
the yacht, then did that.
So they
Corrupt.
they white PD out there on the yacht?
I don't know. I don't think so. There's no way because PD probably showed up in full force.
I seen a tweet before my incident that the party still continues.
But then again, if it was a large number of crims, then yeah, they could have white PD. Who knows?
It ain't a party unless it ends in gunfire. Hope everyone's safe. I don't know. Maybe another shootout happened before PD got there. She doing a long jump?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, whatchamacallit? Sandman's on his way back.
On his way back for what?
He said to ID himself.
Oh, he's just about to ID himself.
That's what my email
He don't
just said.
he don't want to appeal.
That's what my ID just said. So, that's what my email just said.
Bro,
after all of that,
that's crazy.
Remember, we're idiots and shit. Like, bro, it's like these. It's crazy because they keep admitting to the shit and then getting mad when I say, you know what, you know what I'm saying? Like, when you say no, I'm not, man. When they're asking you to identify yourself, bro, like it's pretty clear cut.
I mean, I get like if his thing would have been like, well, what line do we draw identification? But it's like whenever they're satisfied, basically. It's not. See, there's something like, well, if they keep digging around to find something, but that's what investigating is. Like, you dig till you get to the bottom of that well.
Now, if this was a hospital and they kept bringing you meds, they identify you every time they walk in the room, right? Same
Yeah, I
thing
mean,
if
I
you
mean,
had an inmate number.
technically, as soon as you walk in the court, you're supposed to be identified. We just didn't have, we don't have anyone here to identify. You know what
And
I mean?
ironically enough, he asked me that question prior to, and that's why he showed up 45 minutes early before PD could get set up.
Ain't no way.
Well, I know that's what it was because he asked me specifically were they coming for that. I said that's on PD's preparation. That's nothing to do with me.
I mean, it's a simple identification case. Like, I didn't think we had to make it a big deal. Like, just like
Well,
this is like that's like a misdemeanor. I'm like, really, like, is it felony? I don't know.
Did you win the case?
Light
I was the
felony,
judge
light
on it.
felony.
I couldn't win or lose it, but I
People
gave
did
him a
way
guilty
worse
verdict.
things.
I gave him a guilty verdict. Is she calling me, baby?
Well, it's nice to hear that the saga of Jimmy Sandman Johnson is over.
Man, especially with all the other shit. I don't.
Because for the appeal, I was gonna make it be a 3-judge appeal process.
3-judge? What you mean by that?
Well, 3 judges.
Speaking of, where did he go? Oh shit! Oh, he went to go deal with the other stuff.
Basically, you got 3 judges. So like 3 judges have to basically write for, or you basically have to be for the verdict. You know, guilty or not guilty. So
Actually held here in court too.
I mean, normally it's just you just write a brief. You have like a whole bunch of like evidence, kind of like what Supreme Court. No one really argues in front of the Supreme Court anymore. Like it's rare cases will make it to the floor of the Supreme Court. Usually people just write like long, in-depth documents and like bring back up all the files and evidence stating on why, and then they review it over a period of time. That's why like there's a time period in which you can submit to the Supreme Court. So then once you submit, basically I think they have like 6 months or some long period of time to review all these different cases, and they will like, you know, release their verdicts along the way. So some may be like more challenging, like the one that was just recently overturned. And others are like less noticeable but still important, like the one I was telling Prime about, how like now because of Clarence Thomas, like because before if you had legal counsel, that was like the court had to take that in consideration, and like but now because of him they don't have to anymore because he overturned that ruling. Which is kind of crazy because it hurts, like, you know, basically minorities. He's a minority, so it's like, you know what I mean, like it's usually are the you know main people being punished due to bad representation. So it's like, so it's just crazy. But
yeah, I don't know how long it's going.
I don't know why I just want to take my hand around and hit Brian in the head.
I just came from the hospital.
No.
Have you talked to your client?
No.
Co-counsel, technically.
Maybe co-counsel.
I think he's coming right in.
Sure, JT's like she wanted to shoot somebody.
I don't know how that happened.
Welcome back, Mr. Sandman.
You there, Carter? I didn't hear you say anything. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What is that?
Is he talking?
How did that go?
Yeah, he's talking.
He was probably talking to me outside. I just didn't hear.
Damn. Yeah, that's not good.
Hey, Carter, say something.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right.
All right. So I'm not gonna. I thought about it. You know, I was blessed with the opportunity to cook this, where other people called a trip. So I'm not. I mean, I could go through the process and appeal and boo boo boo. I'm not gonna drag it out. I would like to say I think everybody did a good job. The DA did a great job. I feel as though I did a good job representing myself, which I think is the first time that I've seen someone represent themselves. And at the end of the day, you made your verdict. I disagree with it. I think if you really look at it, I was charged with the wrong crime. It should have been obstruction of justice, not failing the ID.
Well, that's
facts.
That's true.
You said it yourself that I did in fact ID myself. So how could you say I didn't ID myself? That it's a contradiction. That didn't even make any sense. You can't say in a verdict that I did ID myself, but then didn't ID myself. So, and it was the wrong charge because I did ID myself. I'm not required to fucking ID myself a billion times. So we're being real here. I'm being honest. The verdict was wrong, but everybody here is learning. So this is just progress. So I'm not gonna drag it out. I properly ID myself, and yeah, we just all gonna get better. Period. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
We'll all get better.
I'm gonna submit this to PD, and it's like this is a case study on reasons why certain things need to happen.
Yeah, but it fucks it up
make
though.
Make sure you send that to government because we can only control so much.
Yeah, 100%.
I am. I'm a Senate
commissioner. And that was part of the reason why I cooked this, right? Because a lot of the times, if we're being honest, I felt as though I was ID'd off voice, regardless of me doing a fake accent. I have a distinct tone, and a distinct look. And I felt as though it was being pushed because they felt as though via voice that I wasn't who I said I was. But that would have been speculation in court. So that's why I didn't state that.
No, 100%.
And that's why I didn't state it. But if you look at the evidence, they had no reason at all to continue to want to go through hoops to ID myself. Especially after the officer, especially after the arresting officer stated on numerous occasions, he believed I was who I said I was.
Now I'll say this: like technically, when you commit a crime and there was no fingerprints involved, instead of saying all, you should have just clearly said, "Sir, you committed a crime. You have no fingerprints. I need to take you down."
Correct.
If he would have just said that, correct, then there would have been no other question.
But that was my argument in court. That all these reasons that keep getting popped up on why you can or can't do this is not the reasons why he wanted to. The first reason he wanted to was because I didn't answer him, but that's because he couldn't hear me. After I did answer him in his questions on my birthday and my name, he said, well, then you don't have a picture in the system. But then after I asked him, do you suspect me not being this person? He says, no, I don't. So he did believe. And then tells JT out of his own mouth, I do believe this is the person. So when you look at all that stuff and the fact that I did give an ID, I never failed the ID. But if he would have speculated, right, reasonable articulable suspicion, if he would have speculated his reason being that he was suspicious of the fact that, of something, right, then I could have gotten hit with obstruction of justice for failing to, right, hindering an investigation, right, by not fingerprinting, something like that. That would have made 100% sense. Or like you just said, you don't have a fingerprint in the system, I need to log your fingerprints. You committed a crime, your fingerprint has to be logged. If you already had a fingerprint in there, I wouldn't need to fingerprint you.
I'm sorry to cut you off. Can we go ahead and identify you? I'm on a manhunt for somebody.
Yeah, you go. Yeah. My first and last name is Anthony Morales. 32792.
It's what?
Shit. All I had to do was call your number. Shit.
Yeah, call her quick.
Yeah, man.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Ain't no fucking way.
That's crazy.
All right, y'all have a nice day. Rang and good man. I should be getting in contact with y'all in about the next 30 minutes.
All right, sounds good.
All right.
Like I said,
Thank you, Carter.
Hold on. So what happened? What happened with the yacht?
What the fuck?
So
He loaded that shit
What
right
happened
up.
with the yacht?
You remember that federal warrant you signed?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on a manhunt for that right now.
No. I said what happened. I thought you.
Oh nah. Let's just say anytime it's dealing with them, it's versus the city. So yeah.
Like the 20 versus 80.
So the team wipe.
Yeah.
Ain't no way.
We took like 20 out, but still there was like 40 more up there.
Oh, man. Sounds like you guys need Chief Foley.
But all right, y'all be easy.
Yeah, call Chief Foley. He go help you out.
So yeah, look, if I'm being honest here, because I look and I'm gonna try to say this without stepping out of lines, we'll say. Certain people were given opinions of certain people, and I told them to knock that shit off because everybody learning. Not everybody.
people aren't actually certain things. We'll say.
Man, like, yeah, for
Right.
real.
You know, certain people. You know, yeah. So that's why I was like, bro,
Outside.
stop. Yeah. I said, stop that shit, bro, because they're not really those things. So you can't expect them to 100% make the right decision, especially when judges there don't always make the right call either.
Facts.
You know, so you gotta let them do their thing, man. You know, if he felt as though the verdict was guilty, I mean, the man fucking felt the verdict was guilty. The reality was it was a bad call. It's a bad call. It was the wrong.
Charged with the wrong
crime.
100%,
It was the wrong crime. And based on the charge that was actually presented, I did in fact ID myself. So when you gave, that's why I said it didn't make any sense. When you gave the verdict and said I properly ID myself, but didn't properly ID myself, that's a contradiction on a verdict. So, but this is all just like a growing thing. You know, I'm sure I could have did better too as well representing myself. I'm not a goddamn lawyer.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
You know,
you didn't do a bad job. honestly.
You didn't.
So this is just me simply saying I'm not mad at your verdict. I do, and I'm sure there's a lot of people that would say it was the wrong verdict, but you know, you still gave a solid reason for why it was guilty.
That's the only way you got to do it. When you say what you say, you got to stand behind it and hold 10 down to it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. And listen, if you know, if you know, you felt I was guilty, you felt I was guilty. But again, it's all about you have people. Here's the thing, man. You have to be willing to accept that you might have been wrong to grow. If you can't do that, then I don't know. That's a wrong way to look at life. If someone can't see that they might have possibly been wrong, how could you ever get better?
And I can't say I might not have been wrong. Had they brought it like this, you know, you come to me after the verdict and say, oh, we should have charged you with this. I could say, you know what, that would have made it way more easier to get through this situation.
Yeah, but regardless, though, I never failed to ID.
Yeah, no.
You see what I'm saying? I never failed to ID.
And that's why I said, like, you identified yourself via like ID and also
verbally.
like
That's it.
virtually.
I don't have to. I don't have to continue. I don't have to continue to fucking ID myself over and over and over and over and over again.
Like that. That's why I said that the officer, he should have just stated, "Well, you don't have fingerprints. We need those fingerprints in the system."
And that was my point.
That's all he had to say. He didn't say nothing else.
But that was my whole argument. That PD made mistakes. It wasn't that they were wrong in going through the process. It was how they went about the process, the reasoning behind the process. It wasn't because of SOPs. It wasn't because of some suspicion. It's because he just wanted to continue to ID myself. Because for some reason, he wanted to. Because it wasn't that he didn't suspect that wasn't me. Right? And that's the part that doesn't make sense.
And
the arresting officer,
he couldn't not suspect it wasn't.
Correct. And that's the whole point. What would it have been when I said, do you suspect me not being Jimmy Sandman? If he would have said yes, I would have asked him why.
And then he couldn't give you a good reason.
No, and JT didn't give a good reason either. When I said, JT, at any point when you came in contact with me, did you suspect I wasn't Jimmy Sandman? She said yes. I said, what's your reasoning? Because I don't know who you are. What? You're suspicious of who I am because you don't know who I am?
Are you cooking in the courtroom?
How does that make sense? An officer is suspicious of who I am because they don't know who I am.
Well, I mean,
they're suspicious of my identity because they don't know who I am. That's not suspicion. You just don't know who the fuck I am.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, she said, "Well, I never had an encounter with you, so I couldn't, or Jimmy Sandman, so I don't know if you are or aren't Jimmy Sandman."
Correct, and that was the whole point. I argued that their reasoning was because I didn't speak, but then he couldn't hear me. So when we could hear each other, I answered his questions. So that right there is two. That's two separate times that I properly ID'd myself. His continuance of wanting to ID myself with no reason, right? Oh, well, your picture's on the MDT. Okay. So what? I already gave you my ID though. That's it. And I will say you are right about one thing, Your Honor. Mm-hmm. After I gave him my ID and verbally stated my name and date of birth, I could have just split the fist.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could have just
that's it. That's it. 100%. 100%. So I will say you were right in that aspect. That's why I said I learned something here, right? I hope Judge Rain learned something here. I hope Ron learned something here, and I hope Goodman learned something here. I felt like this is a good. This is a
I'm
good.
still learning. Shit.
Yeah,
Man,
I mean,
what are you
at the end of the
telling?
day, every single case that you guys have moving forward is it's always going to be learning something new. Every case is going to be different.
I need to figure out the appeals process.
yeah. And that's why, and that was part of the reason I was like, man, that's something new, and I was like, man, and because this was a certain situation, I didn't want to keep dragging it. I didn't want to keep dragging it.
I feel you.
Yeah. So
the last appeals process, I just denied it. I was like, yeah, no. Like,
yeah, you straight said nope.
Yeah.
Yeah, when we were going to submit the appeal, it was going to be based on the fact that I was wrongfully charged with failing ID. They presented the wrong
honestly,
charge.
you probably would have won if you would have submitted.
Oh, the appeal! I already knew I was going to win the appeals process. To keep it a bean. So this was just voluntary. I just didn't want to drag it out because of the circumstances of the situation. If this would have been a non-circumstantial, I would have definitely went through with the appeal.
I would have gave it to the meat man too.
But the man above was
You know would have been a good judge for that one, Mr. Smalls.
That's what I said. I would have gave it to the meat man.
You would have got all his meat.
Oh yeah.
What the fuck did
That's
you
a big
just
pause.
say?
That's a huge pause.
I know what you mean, but
fucking way,
pause that, man.
Yeah, pause that.
But I tell you that you'd have never had that case.
Like he wouldn't even show up to court. You tell him the judge is gonna give him all his meat. Like I was Kid Dale at that point.
Hey, we need to get that judge in here for one case, man. I want to fucking see him.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Like,
but either way, man, that was good. That was good stuff, bro. Regardless, period. I've been wanting something like that. Unfortunately,
I learned from both sides.
Unfortunately, I wanted it from a different perspective, but
I mean, I tried on that other one. I don't know what's going on with the lawyer on that one.
Just be careful what you say. Only say so much.
No, I know what you mean.
Yeah. I wanted to do it from a different perspective. Obviously that hasn't happened yet. So
man, bring
this
more
is my
to
way
our
of
way, this shit is fun. I'm to say it.
This is my way of getting that. So
you get your cousin in here and shit.
You gotta stop doing that. You gotta stop doing that. You gotta stop saying cousin, bro.
That's the first time.
No, you said it earlier too about your own cousin. You can't do that, bro. I'm telling you. I hear that shit, bro. Bye. I'm just keeping it a beam, bro.
I feel you.
If you're gonna talk, it's gotta be in code. That's why I said different perspective.
I feel you.
I wanted to go to court from a different perspective, but that hasn't been a thing. So I went to court like this, and I had fun, man. That shit was fun, and for my first time, honestly, I really feel like I did a good job.
No, yeah. You really like you can't. You was coming with it. Trust me. Like you was coming. I was like, okay.
Pause.
He was ready. Yeah, pause. He was ready. Let's put that one. So I mean,
well, some of it was on the fly too. Some of it was on the fly after he cross-examined and brought something up. I had to then re-cross-examine.
Like the thing is, Henry fucked up though. Like, soon as he called Slap, I'm like, why are you calling Slap? I'm like, and then you gonna ask Slap about police procedure, and then Slap.
Yeah, he fucked up on that one.
I was
bro.
like, I'm like, bro, like, what? I like that.
That's why when I cross-examined, I was like, so let me get this straight. So you yourself are saying you don't follow standard operating procedures.
Talking about, yeah, I've been reprimanded many times, almost fired a few times. I'm like, hell
yeah,
no.
He's a special agent.
I ain't gonna lie, I disregarded damn near everything he said. I ain't gonna lie to you. Good thing,
like,
good thing he asked JT damn near the same exact questions because Slap shit was terrible.
Like, I'm like, Slap was getting ready about to have the police department and looked at like a fine-tooth comb by IAD or something, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, shoot.
Yeah, you definitely just admitted he should lose his rank.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, all in all, I feel like everybody did a good job. I think we all have a lot to learn, and I hope this shit gets better moving forward. Gets more dialed in and locked in, and again, whether the verdict be guilty, not guilty, I just think it comes down from a perspective of knowledge, right? Like we all just have to get better with the knowledge on how shit works, and
how things go, because had this been somebody else, it'd have been a fucking riot outside for being charged with the
100%.
wrong crime.
They would have been burning Ron Burgundy at the stake.
So, yeah, being charged with the wrong crime yet still being found guilty doesn't make any fucking sense. And anybody else would have been livid. So, but that's why I wanted to reflect on the fact that motherfuckers really aren't what they are. Gotta give motherfuckers time to really dial in at that spot. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah. But if we don't have this conversation, motherfuckers aren't going to progress. You know what I mean?
No.
That's why I wanted to relate. That's why I wanted to let you know I'm not upset or mad at all.
I mean that's why we always try to do like a recap. And honestly, like I said, I'm seriously gonna take this to to everybody that needs to see this, because I think some things need to change on PD side on how they handle certain situations, and just like everyone should be required to get a picture. Like that should just be standard. Like you go to the DMV, you get a picture taken. Same thing, you fly into the city.
I mean, we could have requested that the especially with after if we appealed, when we went to go appeal, we would have had a subpoena to request the SOP that states the exact procedure for identification.
Mm-hmm. That's how it did.
Yep. So, but I let a lot of the shit fly that shouldn't have flied. I could have objected to any witnesses going up. Shit, the case is already dismissed. I could have just stuck with that.
Just stuck with that.
I could have just stuck with that, but that defeated the purpose. That defeated the purpose of this whole thing.
Yeah, because you put time into this.
I know PD. They get kind of mad when you do that too. They be like, "Oh, I was here. Like I could have," but it's like,
and the key witness wasn't here.
Yeah, the arresting officer wasn't even in the city. Yeah.
So it's like, if he'd have got up on the stand, I'd have been like, and I'd have asked the question, Sergeant Blackstone, at this time, do you still suspect me being Jimmy Sandman? And he would have said yes. Man, that'd have been huge.
Yeah.
Like, Your Honor, you're hearing it from his face right now on the stand that he still believes I'm Jimmy Sandman. And I ID'd myself. What the fuck are we still doing here?
Jimmy Sandman. I know for a fact. You know what I mean? Like, I know for a fact I can't deny that you aren't Jimmy Sandman. Well, now I can, but
with the hair, honestly, I didn't. The hair, I didn't know.
And that was the other point too. And my accomplice was Jimmy Rambo, and he did check out as being Jimmy Rambo.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. Like all in all, like if you were to look at it, I should have been found not guilty. But it's okay though, because it's a learning process, bro. That's it.
Yeah,
that's it. And that's why I just wanted to reiterate that I'm not upset.
No, this should just help me grow on reality.
No, 100%.
Like, I was so focused on that one charge and saying, did you ever break that one charge or do that one thing? And now I think about it, I wish I would have been outside my box and, like you said, realize that it was obstruction of justice. It's not failure to identify.
Well, if you go and you look at it, did he fail to ID? So when he was initially asked to ID himself, he did. The officer also believed it was him. So it makes no sense why he continued this witch hunt
throughout the whole process.
So he stated twice that he believed I was who I said I was. So why did he continue a witch hunt on wanting to continue to ID me in multiple different ways? I get it, SOP. I get it, 100% makes sense. He's not wrong. He's not wrong for wanting to fingerprint me and wanting to get a picture in the system.
He needed to, because you're a new felon. You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
Just committed a crime.
He didn't.
Never
fuck
said
up
that.
He didn't, and that wasn't what we were arguing. The argument that wasn't.
But hell, had he been here and been able to say that on the stand, that's all he would have needed to say.
But that's the thing, though. The argument never was what did he do anything outside of operating procedure. It was why you suspect that I am Jimmy Sandman. You told Sheriff JT you believe I'm Jimmy Sandman. I provided you identification. I was Jimmy Sandman. I gave you the birth date that was on my identification card. So why?
If you do suspect that I am me, why are you continuing this witch hunt? And that was the whole point. I never failed to ID. Ever. One time. The point is, they didn't have a reason. Or, I'm sorry, they had a reason.
They did have a reason. They just didn't say it. They didn't say it.
Articulate. Correct.
Yeah, they did.
Correct.
They had the because technically speaking, you did need to do a fingerprint because you're new print filler.
100%.
And so if they just said all he had to say was that
100%. I did need to fingerprint because I did not have fingerprints in the system, and I'm a new felon. 100%. That's it. End of discussion. I would have never even fought this case had he said that. But that's not what he said. He said he wanted to ID me because I wasn't speaking.
So what would you have done had he said that on the stand?
Well, that would be neither here nor there. That would be
at that point. It would be too late because it's like they already charged him with the wrong crime.
Correct.
And,
because he can't change. You can't change the footage. He can go up there on the stand now and say that, but that doesn't defeat what the footage is going to show. He never articulated that to me. He never told me that I had to fingerprint myself because I was a new felon. Therefore, had he said that, I would have fingerprinted myself and not been charged with the crime.
I feel like there's ways he could have said that. Like when they're talking about SOPs,
but he never did. But he never did. And
he never said it on. He never said it in the footage. But I feel like if you'd asked him here today, I still could have had. I still would have put that in consideration.
No, you couldn't have. I'm being charged with failing to ID. I wouldn't have been charged with the crime had he told me I had to because I'm a new felon. I would have said, oh, okay, I didn't know that, and fingerprinted myself. He said he wanted to double verify. I'm not required to help an officer double verify. Am I?
No. I'm saying, like, I get all of that. I'm getting all of that. But if had the state asked him something about the SOPs or something like, is it required on a new felon, blah, 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 and he would say yes, that would have still been admissible in the court, in my opinion.
No, because listen to what I'm saying, right? In all the body cam footage, he never articulated that to me. So I don't know what PD's SOP is.
You don't.
Okay.
And so as they're talking about it here.
So hold on. No. But I've already been charged with it though. How would that be fair on a defendant that because an officer didn't articulate to him that it's standard operating procedures that we have to fingerprint someone when they're a new felon to prevent me from being charged with a crime? Had he articulated that, I would have fingerprinted and I wouldn't have been charged with the crime. See what I'm saying? The charge would have never happened.
You're saying you wouldn't have went that far with it. You're saying you wouldn't have went that far with it.
Correct.
I get that. I get that part.
I'm going off of the law. I am required to present identification when I am charged with a crime. Right?
Right.
Did I present identification when I got charged with a crime?
Yes.
Yes. So at that point, when he wants to continue to get a new ID or another ID and fingerprints, I'm like, man, I already ID'd myself. What the fuck am I don't need to do all this. But if he says no, it's police procedure. When you're a new felon, and we don't already have your fingerprint in the system, we have to fingerprint you. At that point, I'd have been like, all right, cool. I have no argument. So I wouldn't have got a quote unquote failing ID. I would have got an obstruction of justice if I chose to say no.
A lot of police officers would say something crazy like, well, shoot, I ain't got to explain nothing to you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They would just hit you with that.
That's what I'm saying. So if he goes up on the stand and says something entirely different than what he said on the videos and evidence, you see what I'm saying? That would be a contradiction.
I still don't feel that way. I
I
feel like if you're explaining the SOP part about it, I feel like that.
I mean, honestly, if I was a judge, I would have probably found you not guilty. I mean, that's it. But see, that's the reason why you have multiple judges, because so everyone looks at it differently.
I'm gonna explain it one more time, but very, very simple. Right?
No, I got it. I hear what you're saying. I agree with you too. I agree with you too. But I still
listen. He's telling someone that he's arresting that the only reason he wants to get another ID is to double verify. See, he just wants to double verify. He just wants to. I just want to double verify. That's what he tells JT. I just want to double verify. Not I have to. Not I have to, because it is procedure when you are a new felon, you must fingerprint. Right? He's giving me the information that I need to hear. You must fingerprint when you are a new felon. Period. That's it. End discussion. Now, at that point, that wouldn't be failing the ID, because I did ID. It would be obstruction of justice. But he didn't tell me that. He just said he wants to double verify. I don't have to help that motherfucker double verify anything. I did what was required. I presented my ID. That's it. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
And again, I feel like the trainee had a big part. That's really what for me it was. And I know you don't have to help him train. However,
that's what I'm saying, bro.
However, as a trainee and you got a new person and you got a new person in first felony, you have to walk him through how to fucking run that.
I mean, yeah, but it's like
he could do that. He could do that with the trainee. The trainee could do his own fingerprint, or Blackstone could have fingerprinted himself for the cadet to see. He didn't have to do it with me. He just chose to do it with me, or he chose it as a fucking excuse. That's why I said it. That's why I told you, Rain. Everything, I get what you're saying. But if you really sit down and dig deep, it didn't make any fucking sense. I don't have to help them with their training, and I damn sure don't have to help the fucking sheriffs that I have to help with their investigation. Yeah. What? I don't have to help PD with shit. It ain't my fucking job. I don't get paid to help them investigate. I'm required one thing when I'm arrested and charged with a crime, and that is I have to identify myself. That's the only requirement that is required from me. Am I wrong here?
Nope.
That is the only thing that is required from me when I am placed under arrest and charged, is to identify myself, which I did. Everything else doesn't matter. Now, again, if he articulated to me that I am required to fingerprint because I am a new felon, we wouldn't even be standing here today.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Period. So that's a failure on PD's end. Yet I was found guilty for their fuck ups. See what I'm saying? That's why I said somebody else, man, could be super highly pissed at you. You know what I'm saying? You're fucking trash, and he's dumbass fucking lawyer, and he don't know the fuck, or he's a dumbass judge, he don't know what the fuck he's doing, and blah, blah. Nah, I understand, bro. Like, you know, you gotta learn it. That's all. Not mad at your decision. I just hope that we all grow from it.
Good night, boys.
Good night.
No, yeah, no, I totally agree with that.
That's it. That's all. That's why I'm having this conversation with you, just seeing, like, you know, and mind you, I'm not no lawyer, no goddamn anything like that. I mean, I know my shit pretty good. You know, it's just, again, it's just some of it just comes down to just like sitting there for maybe 10, 15 minutes. Like, honestly, I wouldn't be mad if you sat back there for half an hour deliberating. You know, really take your time and really think, did this motherfucker fail the ID?
Yeah, he probably would have. I know we got started.
Let's be real, good man. Let's be real. Did I fail the ID?
No, like I said, in my opinion, you didn't fail to ID, but
I just refused to continue with their investigation. Help them with their investigation. That's it.
Yeah, like now, I told him this after I said, in my mind, the only
now did I obstruct justice? 100% I did.
100% you did. Yep. And that's what I said.
But I never failed to ID.
Nope, you didn't. Because like how often do it's like Slap would say, how often do like people like just how often do they get fingerprinted? You know, where they go and unless you get like a weapons license or something like that. So how often do you just you commit a crime? Are we going to take it on the PD and fingerprint you? Like,
At the end of the day, PD was right. They just couldn't articulate. That's all. Yeah, they fucked up. They charged with the wrong crime. That's just really what it is. Should have been obstruction of justice. It shouldn't have been failing ID. Failing ID was the wrong crime that they charged me with. So at the end of the day, most of the fuck up was on PD's end.
Yeah, and then they immediately came and corrected it afterwards. That's why they pulled me to the side.
Right, that's
Okay,
the
I
crazy
see.
part. Then Slap comes and puts the cops on me and tells me.
Because Slap caught it. Slap's like he should have been charged with obstruction. That sounds like
That's what I'm and again that was the whole point why I took us to court, because I believe that they charged me wrongfully, which I stated. They charged me wrongfully. I did in fact ID myself. I'm not required to help them with an investigation in which they have no suspicion. Make that make sense.
Well, yeah, because you already admitted to like the other crimes, didn't you? So,
Correct. So look, Raz, reasonable, look, Raz, reasonable articulable suspicion, right? That I committed a crime. The crime is failing the ID. What is the reasonable articulable suspicion that I failed the ID?
I'm sorry.
Because you didn't fingerprint. Well, I'm not required to fingerprint. I'm required to show you ID. Now, if you say I'm required to fingerprint when you're a new felon, that's different. But I still didn't fail the ID. I obstructed justice.
Only. Let me ask you this.
Only when I refuse to give my name, date of birth, or a copy of my license when I'm suspected of committing a crime. Only then did I fail the ID. Not failing the ID via fingerprint.
All right, so let me ask you this. Knowing they couldn't go back and charge you for obstruction to justice, why didn't you say that in the case?
I honestly thought you would have found me not guilty. That's why. The charge was failing to ID. I ID'd.
I can see that.
Like I didn't think it really mattered to bring it up. And the reality, if you want to be technical, I don't. I mean, my father was a cop, so I mean, I do know the law pretty well. But obviously, you had other cops in here already trying to fucking insinuate shit. How do you know? Right, because the DA was wrong. I never said anything on PD's end. I asked Slap, is that so that's not that hasn't been discussed with PD? It's not like an announcement that went out or something like that on behalf of PD. That was a question.
People are stealing IDs.
Yeah, that was a question. That wasn't me saying that PD is doing that. I'm asking you. So is that a thing? Like there's no so there hasn't been an announcement on PD's end that people have been having their ID stolen? Oh, how do you know anything about PD? What the fuck are y'all talking about? It's a question. I'm asking Slap, is it or is it not a thing that you guys have been prepped on or spoken to about people having their IDs stolen? Right, so they were already trying to insinuate some shit that I was, crossing over. When in fact it was a fucking question. So I didn't want to bring up obstruction of justice, and then they go, well, how do you know what obstruction of justice is? Because it's a fucking law. And you can read in the fucking law book.
There's a solid definition behind it.
It's a fucking law in a law book. What the fuck are you talking about? Anybody can learn that law. What the fuck are you talking about?
So what'd you say? 2,700 months up in jail? You didn't read no books?
That's what I told her. I said law library. I said law library in jail. I was in there for fucking 2,700 months. That's what I told her.
I think that's longer than Dre was in jail. Shit.
Yeah.
That's what I told her. That's literally my answer. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying. That's why I'm trying to tell you, Rain. You know what I mean? That's why I said I'm not mad at your verdict. Your verdict was wrong, but I'm not mad at it. I understood where you were coming from, but that's why I said it's about growing. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm sitting here having this conversation. I just want to see us get better. Period. The whole city. That's all. I'm not perfect.
You do make me realize I need to take a little bit more time to sit down with them because I
think that is. I'll be honest, because I was in attendance. I'm sorry, I wasn't in attendance, but I did read on the news your last court case. Too fast. Bro, I don't give a fuck. You take 30 minutes, bro. Take 30 minutes, bro. Really review everything and recap. Really what you need to do is, okay, what is the charge? Felon ID. Okay. Did he fail to ID? Yeah, he refused to give his fingerprint, but that's just another form of IDing himself. He already presented ID. Now, is he required to fingerprint himself? Based on him not this, him not that? Sure. But did they articulate that to him at any point? He's not aware of that. Is he? He's not aware that that's a thing. He doesn't have the SOPs. So because they didn't properly articulate to him that he needed to fingerprint because he was a new felon, That's a mistake on PD's end. They're saying that they just want to double verify and all this other shit. Of course, he's going to be like, oh, I don't need to help you with that. So based on what PD said and the reason behind why they wanted to fingerprint him, I can understand why he said, no, I'm not going to help you with your investigation. I've already ID'd myself once. I'm not required to ID myself a billion ways. That's a failure on PD's end. They should have articulated to him the reason behind why he needed the fingerprint. And because they didn't, he did not, in fact, fail to ID. Period.
Yep.
Yeah, I feel you now. I definitely can see that. I can see that.
Now, hold on 1 second. Let me see something.
What you watching?
Yeah, how long does it take to catch up these felons? Sounds like somebody's shooting right now.
All right, check this out. So many states have passed a stop and identify law, which permits a law enforcement officer to stop a person suspected of criminal behavior and ask for identification. For failure to do so is considered failing to identify. Now, if you go based off of that, and we could do another one, huh? We do another one.
Well, I mean, that's just like I was telling someone. I was like, your fingerprints, like, you don't have to voluntarily give your fingerprints outside of like involvement with the crime, like, because technically, like, the police have to subpoena like anything that's like, say if they subpoena DNA, your fingerprints are like included in that. Because that's like your property. Your body is your property.
What's going on, Judge Rain?
What's going on?
You at the city hall right now?
Yes, I am.
All right, I have Trey and Stella Williams in custody. I got to take them to Mount Zona for treatment, and then we'll be en route to city hall with them.
All right.
All right.
Who's that?
Carter. They got him.
Oh, they caught him?
They have Zona right now. They about to be here in a minute.
Here I come, babe.
All right,
Hold on.
sure, I'll take this one. Shoot.
Go ahead.
I heard all that shooting. I knew something.
Yeah. There you go, right there.
So, a federal warrant that you signed, it was just with their involvement of like kidnapping of a judge and all that other stuff.
Yep, and then the breaking out of prison, I also had seized all of their assets, cash, and gave them the right to search all their properties.
Hey, real quick, you know what's funny? You know what's funny? If you open your phone up, right, and you go on failing to ID or failure to ID, you know what the first crime that pops up is?
No.
Obstruction of justice.
What? Obstruction of justice.
That's fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm. It literally, no matter where you read it, it states anytime an officer has reasonable suspicion that a person committed a crime, they have the authority to identify them. And if a person refuses to identify who they are, they can be charged with obstruction of justice.
Well, you just helped me out a lot, bro. Because from now on, I'm make sure I actually like pull up each definition of the charges.
And that's literally what you should do. Look at the definition of the charge, and then assess that did this person actually commit this offense? Because I never failed to ID. I did. They refused
to articulate the actual reasoning behind it. It seemed like they were fishing for something. They were on an expedition, which you can clearly see in the goddamn fucking evidence.
Boy, you jumping in tubs.
They fucked up, and that's just what it is. So, in all reality, I would sit down with both the officers involved and explain to them, like, hey, look, and just keep it a beam, bro. But like, listen, I'll be honest with you, after I further reviewed everything and spoke to, my other judges, I got this verdict wrong. I should have found him not guilty because if you actually look at, he technically actually never failed the ID.
I already told him that.
Yeah, his charge was wrong. His charge was wrong. And we just gotta all together. PD and DOJ gotta do a better job at
Man, Stella and Trey just got arrested, so we gotta deal with Judge Rain.
I should be acquitted of all charges.
I rest my case.
Yeah. No, I'm not mad. It is what it is. This was for cooking anyway. That's all I wanted. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if they charge Anthony Morales. I got a record. I don't give a fuck if they charge me. I just knew they were gonna go fishing and they were gonna fuck up, which they did, and I knew I was gonna take them to court. And I knew I was gonna win, which I should have. It's all good. It's all about getting better.
Yep, 100%.
I appreciate both of you guys' time. I fucks with both of y'all. Thank you, Your Honor.
No problem, bro. Bring some more pasta our way, bro.
Yep, you already know, baby. That's what I'm trying to do. Fly the fuck in more. How about that?
We be here.
I'm in. Bro. I'm in like 3-4 nights a week. Except weekends, really.
That's the whole point, man. I'm down to give motherfuckers more shit. You know what I mean? That's literally what I'm here for.
I'll tell you, you might start seeing daytime here. Now that as soon as I get this little one home, you're gonna have some daytime time for me.
Oh, love you both. I appreciate y'all, but I'm gonna get the fuck up out of here. Thanks for at least hearing me. Because sometimes I'll be honest with you, man. Most of the time, people don't want to hear it that they're wrong.
It's human nature.
And I'll be honest with you, a lot of people don't like admitting that I'm right. I don't know why. I don't have a need to be right. I just know that I'm right. And, I will beat that fucking door down, hoping that people come to the same conclusion at some point, but people never do. And I think that's a failure on my part, just trying to. People criticize me because I don't want to give up on something, like, oh, you can't be wrong, or oh, you can't make somebody see. And I actually disagree, man. I've always disagreed with that. I do 100% believe that if you really, it really comes down to the person. The person's really willing to see, and that's really what it comes down to. Because if I don't sit and have this conversation with you, potentially, you may not see, right? It's all about somebody else's willingness to accept. And he was willing to accept, so by us having this conversation, he was really able to see, like, hey, look, I know I did get this wrong. I just got dialed in and locked the fuck in next time. Maybe take a little bit more time, really deliberate, maybe do a little Google check to assess, and you know what I mean? And I'm gonna keep on it with you, and that's why I fucks with you. Just because the fact that you listen to me and just that right there, bro. Just the fact that you are willing to listen. I don't give a fuck if you agree with me or not. You can still sit here, get red in your face, and sit here and go, nope, I made the right call. I don't care. The fact that you were willing to listen to what I had to say, man, that means more than anything. Oh, I fucks with you guys. Thank you guys. I appreciate you. So I'm gonna get out your hair.
Yeah, all right. Enjoy your night, man. Oh, shit.
Hi.
What's up?
Miss us.
That's on this judge over there.
I know, I'm talking to him.
Oh, this ain't a judge.
No, I'm a
Not
judge.
not that one. They look like twins. It's weird.
Dude, get the fuck out the way, Jay.
Right.
Like
Fucking, that's your
the
look.
The Wayans brothers,
Nah, baby, you know how them rappers, they put the fake person in for them just in case
Mr.
they get
Williams,
shot.
you be in
That's a
court a
stunt
lot,
double.
huh?
We call that a stunt double. Shit.
What'd you say, Judge?
You look like me your damn
be in
self.
court a lot. That's crazy.
What you trying to say? You talking about my baby? Let me back there. There ain't no fucking way. Just need to speak to you real quick.
I mean,
You ain't have permission to approach the bench,
I could
man.
punch you, I
so
would.
close, you know
Shut
what I'm
up.
saying? I may feel uncomfortable.
Man, this is
That's
close
what
as you
Narcs
been.
do.
Oh yeah, you right.
It's like, you know, if you willing to sign a paperwork and, you know, name some names or something, you know, it'd be
What
nice.
the fuck?
Man, what the fuck? I
He
got
said
5 meals. Shit, right now. Let me out this bitch.
5 minutes. Well, you know, unfortunately, I can't be corrupt, so you know.
Can you call our lawyer? Because you know we kind of in cuffs, so we can't call her.
Yeah,
I'll
let
do
me
it. I
call
got
her.
you. I got you.
Actually, something going on with her. I gotta send her a text.
Man, yeah, you gotta text her because that shit.
Like she got
You know when
Metro
your phone off,
PCS.
you know when your phone off, you gotta use the Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
All right. You guys' lawyer is en route.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you got it. All right.
Them.
Thanks,
Never
Mama.
mind. I ain't finna start with you. I'm gonna just be.
I heard the how was the yacht party? I missed it.
It was
Man,
amazing.
it was amazing. Shit.
Heard there was fireworks.
Selling pills.
Hey, it
Wait,
was
oh,
to
wow. You
die
said selling pills?
for.
To die for. Yeah.
Who was selling pills up there?
Hey, hold on. You saying it was to die for, but Trey, then you come back on the yacht was like, baby, where you at?
Yeah, she
If
right
I could
here.
punch you, I would.
Hey, and what was y'all dead asses saying? Stop right there. You under arrest.
That wasn't me.
Stop right there. You under arrest.
Dead as
Don't
shit.
move.
Dead as shit.
Wait, go back. Who was selling pills? You said? Can you put that name down on a piece of
We
paper?
didn't say nothing. Shit.
No, I heard it come out of her mouth. She said somebody was selling pills.
Definitely did.
I thought you wanted me to forward that to the DA or something.
You can stick them pills up your ass and see what it do.
Oh hell no! Like you
It's a good
ever heard
wave.
it? You ever heard of that black honey?
What the fuck?
No, it's
Baby.
Royal Honey.
Oh, the Royal Honey.
Oh, fuck
Honey,
yeah.
Royal
Yeah,
Honey.
he got that. He got that wish shit. The one that don't work.
The wish shit.
The royal honey. Shit, you know that royal honey, it really be honey, bro. Shit.
Baby.
Hey, rip that bitch open and take the whole pack. Shit.
Hey.
Hey.
Say, what
Your ass over here.
Ain't no way. Ain't no- Like, oh, I appreciate that secret. You know, tricks of the trade.
I got the black box.
Oh, okay.
It's like 24 packs in there, ain't it?
Hey.
Yeah, baby. Hey, let's get an understanding. Motherfuckers really don't need the honey. That's just if you want to show out, cause that's all it is. Bro.
That's like
Shit,
birthday
it's
weekend shit,
It's
right?
like taking a half of a half, if you get what I'm saying, bro. Shit. Yeah.
Where would you get a half of a half, though?
Yeah, that's if you want. Mm-hmm. Yes, it is.
Hey, Trey, where would you get a half of a half?
My brother got him. My brother got him. Yeah. Yeah, my brother. Yeah.
I don't know why I keep thinking that's money. Money needs to stop making these kids out here not claiming them. I swear.
Yeah, I'm on the way. Hold on. Let me see what my cousin want real quick. Hold on.
No.
I'll be right back.
Ain't no way he ran out the back of the car.
Huh?
Where you going, son?
What you doing?
Trying to walk now.
He gave it to you the hard way.
That's.
Whoa, oh, hold on. Rephrase
Baby, you hear that?
What is that?
Did you hear that? Look what he did to me, baby. That's some bullshit. Yeah, that's what I said, babe. Like a motherfucker. My wrist hurt. My wrist hurt. It's too tight.
I mean, he just put the ankle cuffs on.
It hurt.
What you doing here, man? Shit.
Where the lawyer at?
Waiting on you guys' lawyer to get here.
Let her in, motherfucker.
Yeah, shit. Don't be trying to fuck on her neither, shit.
Got my baby at my house.
Yo, baby.
Which one?
Yeah.
Only got one. Don't come through.
Yeah, right. Shit.
Second show. This one too.
Baby, what was
I
that list
know how
again?
y'all cops get down. Y'all some dirty bitches, bro.
Of course you
Nope, I am not the Sean Townsend.
Y'all be fucking on the cops. Female cops.
And I'm not Christopher Townsend either.
Yeah, I'm in a kid.
Miss Benson, she went to approach the court.
Are your lawyers here, sir? Also, do me a favor.
Oh, Lord.
Ain't no fucking way.
That bitch didn't eat shit.
Thanks,
That
Steve.
bitch didn't eat shit. That bitch didn't eat.
He needs some nutrients, huh?
You know, I told you should have.
Ain't no fucking way.
Dead ass up. Jaquez Carter. Shit.
Ooh. Damn, babe.
He hit him with the government name.
Miss Benson, how's it going?
I'm good, Your Honor. How about yourself?
I'm doing pretty good. Make sure you have your outside voice on. So it seems like, excuse me. So it seems like we're here today because the police department executed 2 federal warrants, or a federal warrant, on Mr. Trey Williams and Stella Williams. Captain Carter, can you please step forward and can you can you just list off the warrant and the charges that go along with it?
All right. So if we go back to
Don't worry, you better go to sleep too.
The fuck you looking at?
on June 7th,
June.
2022, Mr. Trey and Miss Stella was attempting to adopt baby Jada. In the midst of that, the judge did not grant that, and it began. They had executed a manhunt for the judge and the prosecutor at the time. On the charges of conspiracy to
Okay.
Where's he at?
That's some bullshit.
Okay.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. And I know that they were. They were found before. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was found before. Sent them up to the nines. No judge was in. They had a group of individuals. It was masked and unknown at the time. They had 2 cops hostage.
Ooh, you trying to get nasty?
For Trey and Stella to be released from prison.
Just one of these kids.
Gotcha.
I have a question in regards to that warrant, if I may ask at this time.
You may.
So it was said that there was an identification in regards to 2 criminal organizations, Grove, I believe, and another organization. And I was just wondering, how was it possible to identify such organizations with little to no anything? I mean, they were masked up, they were dressed in all black. So I'm just trying to see, where this is stemming from. So I'm
and also
this warrant never said anything about any gangs.
Yeah, and also I was gonna ask, how is that pertinent to this to this hearing or case right now?
Because I'm just trying to get some information that I haven't been able to get, and it does tie into certain things that I need information to be able to do my job. So I was just curious. Can I get a copy of this warrant?
Yeah, I can send it over to you.
All right, I appreciate you.
Send that over to me as well.
Is that gonna be all right with your better half, Mr. Carter? Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Here, goddamn.
Well, I mean, it seems like that you guys have found a way to, escape the law, previously. So, and kind of in lieu of that, I'm actually leaning toward, I'm not going to remand you to Bolingbrook. I'm not going to schedule a court date and draw this out. I think that we just need to
shit, you finna let us go? Shit.
No, I'm not letting you go. I think we're going to call an emergency court session right now, and we're going to put you on trial for all your crimes that you're accused of right now.
Your Honor, I don't think basically we're going to need some time. I don't think an emergency trial is the way to go about this, honestly. I mean, it is a high profile case, and there are intricacies that need to be come to the forefront and ironed out. So I'm going to request that we have some time for this.
I mean, can you guarantee that your clients are going to be able to remain in jail? Because it seems like that that isn't something that anyone can guarantee.
I can guarantee it that we'll stay in jail for the exigency of.
Say that word again.
The what?
Don't talk about him.
Exigency.
I didn't talk about him. I just asked him what he said, but
He said that word a little low. Speak up.
Well, so what was there a bond set last time?
We never got a bond.
Carter? Okay,
No,
so they were just remanded until their hearing.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
So how much time would you need, Miss Benson?
About 48 hours.
I ain't going to jail, cuz. Hey, I need to talk to my lawyer.
Like, where is? So I know you guys are in the process of adopting a young adult, or not a young adult, young
Her Benjamin
toddler.
button is broken. Okay.
I don't know how old she is, but a young
That's a baby.
7
person.
That's a baby.
But
She's
anyway,
7 years old,
yes,
cuz.
a baby. Yeah. So where's this baby been this whole time since you guys have been on the run? You know, I mean,
the nanny.
Yeah.
The nanny. And so you left her with the nanny. Like, so during this time, Captain Carter, do you mind looking this up? During this time, do you know the whereabouts of Baby Jada? Like what she was up to during that time? did Baby Jada happen to commit any crimes in this time? Cause I know she's kind of
We look like some rats. No. Fuck.
I mean, I'm not asking you to rat her. I'm just asking, do you know where her whereabouts is?
With the nanny.
With the nanny. What the fuck he eating about?
Let's see what the magic tablet says over here.
I got 2 reports from the
wow.
from the 10th and the 11th of this month.
Oh, against Baby Jada committing what, felonies? Is that what you're saying?
Attempted murder on Elia.
Attempted murder.
I mean, Your Honor.
So I mean that's very concerning since you guys are claiming to be her legal guardians, even though you haven't really been appointed her legal guardians. That while under your care and watch, that she's committing such heinous crimes. I mean, does that concern you too at all, or?
That may be good.
Okay.
My daughter good. Yeah, my daughter good.
Is she good in the hood, or is she just good?
Things that we should know about,
Yeah.
or
Where you
because
going with this?
I'm concerned it's
I mean,
not questioning at this time.
I'm just very concerned because
Sound like you questioning our parenthood, cuz. I don't like it.
I am a little bit. I mean, just to be frankly, I mean, the reason why the court was so skeptical in handing, you full, adoption legal guardianship was due to your criminal history, as far as I can remember. And it seems like that criminal history is kind of keeping. Well, it seems like that incident stemmed from keeping you guys being able to perform your parenting duties to its fullest. In which, as according to Captain Carter, has led her to commit, 2 offenses. I mean, that we know about.
Captain
One of
Carter
which
can barely read. So
one of which that is, attempted murder on a law enforcement officer. So, I'm just questioning, you guys' ability to fully parent at this point. I mean, even as temporary guardians, and unless your counsel can
appreciate
really,
you making that
convince
finally. What's up with
otherwise.
the real?
Your Honor, this whole incident has been quite unfortunate, right? Now, my clients have not given any cause for concern in regards to the safety, all right, of baby Jada. I've advised you she has been taken care of with was it a grandparent?
Nanny.
A nanny?
Yeah.
And you have
Do you have the name of this nanny? Actually, I was
the streets.
Andre Woods.
What?
Andre Woods.
Oh God.
They keep saying my name.
Andre Woods is the name of our nanny.
Oh, the mechanic.
Yes.
Oh God.
Are you okay, Miss Benson?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm sorry.
Okay. So if you need some a little bit of time, feel free. But no, Andre Woods. I mean, could you contact Mr. Woods and confirm that he was the nanny, or is there a way for us to contact? I mean, I have his number, but I mean,
Well, we just talked to him like 20 minutes ago. He took the kids to watch a movie. Medea.
Family reunion or a boo?
Yeah, the
or
family
whatever.
reunion. Medea's family reunion.
Okay.
I mean, Your Honor, if it helps at all, I don't know if we can have a psychological evaluation or Jada, taken in for any type of counseling or anything. But at this time, again, there's been no CPS complaints. There hasn't been any other cause of concern. It's except for this heinous regard or accusations towards my clients. Okay, so I think.
It's actually kind of alarming that there hasn't been complaints, considering that there's like 2 legit arrest records. But that's neither here nor there. That's another investigation that maybe the state needs to charge, because maybe we need to look
Have they
into
been convicted?
Mr. Williams' bank account to see if any money was kind of going to any of the auditors. But I mean, I'm not gonna speculate here in court. But
thank you.
I mean, overall, yes, those are convictions, right, Captain Carter?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are convictions. So I mean, as far as the crime, as far as conspiracy to kidnap a judge, obviously this all stemmed from this situation. And how many crimes have these 2 committed since then? Do you mind looking that up for me, Captain Carter? And that will, and before that, actually, is my question. You guys okay? Looks like you guys are.
These cuffs hurt.
Okay, you guys are twitching. Like you got an itch or something.
Nah, he put these cuffs on super tight.
Still had attempted murder of Leo on the 29th of last month. Gang violence near Mount Zona on the 17th.
Oh, he capped.
I'm not even in a game.
I'm just
reading what it said. I ain't in a game either.
Didn't you get married with a chain on?
Who invited you to my wedding?
Yeah, for real.
I'm just hey, it was in the news. I saw a newspaper article. I was like, wait.
Other than the conspiracy against a federal judge, there were only 2.
crimes. And
I see
how many crimes did she commit before she took on these responsibilities? Deputy, sorry.
Before, I don't see any.
Yes, wow, none.
I mean, she got a nice little record.
I know, but you're saying she didn't really commit any crimes before.
Not from when I was searching the reports, no.
Okay.
Like I said, them are just recent. Them are just.
Recent. I wouldn't start celebrating just yet there, Miss Benson.
I'm just saying, the picture that you're painting my clients out to be is not.
Miss Stella, what was your maiden name?
Oh God.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. What was your name before you got married?
If I could walk away, I would. My lawyer said I can't speak no more.
Was it Stella May?
Nah,
No.
I think it was
What's
like
the date of birth?
it's something with an A. Allegra, something like that. Hold on, I got in this warrant before she got married.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Technically, that ain't even me. The aliens had snatched me up, and then, yeah, I didn't come back as me.
Oh God.
They jumped in your skin?
You're not understanding. The aliens snatched me up.
Ain't nothing you can do about it. You gotta let that go, players.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm sorry. What was
Gigi?
Oh, okay. All right.
I don't remember nothing. You played with my belly button, and that's all I remember.
ALLGARY.
Hey, Judge, before the name change, I'm not seeing her record.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're not seeing anything?
What was the last? Stella
definitely was a
Algery?
That's crazy. Okay.
It definitely was a record.
Well, I mean, if there's
where is
nothing
it?
in there, then
You gotta be getting that shit.
then I don't know. I don't know what to tell.
Reaching.
I How you spell the last name?
I don't know.
Is
Williams.
it A-L-L? Shut up.
WILLIAMS.
ALLGARY?
Are your systems outdated?
SUCK. Did I
I
carry
mean,
on?
it seems like you gentlemen are searching really hard for
He
something that
is.
isn't there.
And I'm trying to figure out what's the point.
Hey,
I mean,
the judge asked, so I'm looking, all right?
No, I'm
looking
yeah,
very
I mean,
hard there.
Well, I mean, is there anything on Mr. Williams like what was his record like before
Oh shit.
before this incident before he decided to take on the pressure and responsibility of being a father?
Pressure.
I mean,
ain't never no pressure.
Listen,
I
Your
mean,
Honor.
Pressure, but it ain't from there.
I mean, just because you
no.
you have unlimited resources because you sell nice cars, don't mean that
Wow.
you ain't stressing about.
If you
other
want a
stuff.
car, just say that.
Yeah, for real. If you
Shit, I
broke,
want a
just say
car.
that.
I want a
I
car.
mean, I can afford a car. Shit.
Here's,
The car I want, I only seen it one place, and that's in a police garage.
Ain't no fucking way.
So,
So you finna change your job?
hell no. Like, you know how long it take me to get access to that car? I'd rather get it the other way.
So you're saying before the conspiracy, you had violence at a government facility, attempted murder of a Leo, attempted
That
murder
sound
of a
like
Leo,
some bullshit.
attempted murder of a Leo, attempted
Damn.
murder.
Whew.
Listen, Your Honor. Everyone
And
has a
another attempted
past,
murder.
okay?
No, okay, no, that's not the point I'm making. But the point that I'm making, it seems like that ever since like these two took on the responsibility of parenting, that their lives kind of got turned up in a way that, I mean, well, maybe Mr. Williams' previous past was involved in, but Miss Williams here, she really, she didn't have anything. She was mild mannered. She wasn't out here in the streets. And my thing is like, what kind of changed in you guys' lives? And it
Gave a
seems
raw
like,
dick.
Baby.
Wow.
Gave a raw dick.
I
Wow.
mean,
And she been
Mr.
teed up
Mr.
ever
Williams,
since
Mr.
then.
Williams.
Shit. Huh?
Mr. Williams, can we tone it down a little bit?
Yeah, my bad.
I mean, I can't confirm nor deny that, but
Mhm.
it's like, but anyway, I'm just
You
saying.
know how you
just-
give them raw dick and they start acting like
Baby.
start getting their
You're acting
ways.
bad.
Okay, Mr. Williams. Now,
H-Town forever.
well,
Killing him.
it's
You
like
can't be here.
what I'm getting at. Regardless, it seems like you guys used to be, somewhat nice people, and then now I don't know what changed or what, the stress of parenthood has done to you, but it seems like it has kind of taken a turn. Now, I mean, parenthood isn't for everybody. I hope that, in the future, when you guys are ready to, either settle down or, maybe, maybe it's just, I'm not even gonna say that, but maybe it's just, maybe it's just something else that you guys need to figure out.
What is he getting at?
I don't know, because I don't see any stress.
We got two kids and doing just
two
fine.
kids. I know, yeah.
Right.
So yeah, but I feel like that at this point, I feel like that baby Jada in the home is not the best option. So at
Wait,
this
you
point,
fin-
I think.
Hold on. What did he say? You want baby Jada to what?
Hold on, what?
No. I said at this time, I don't think that having baby Jada in the home is the best for her and for you.
Wow.
Man, what?
Your Honor.
So at this point,
Mr. Trey, can you
Baby,
give
what
me
is
your
he
word that you
saying?
won't walk out the courtroom?
What
I
the
know you
fuck
need
is
to
he
touch
saying?
it's like, so at this point, I'm gonna remand that the court that the state take full custody of baby
What
Jada.
the fuck?
Your Honor, wait a
in this
minute.
instance.
Wait a minute. It's got to be something we can do. The stress you're talking about. I mean, my clients have thrown extravagant,
No, we good. We good.
All right.
Wow.
They've thrown extravagant what? What are you talking about?
Yeah, you say what now? You don't think baby Jada what?
I said I'm gonna recommend that the baby Jada be remanded into the state's custody because it seems like the environment isn't good for her or for you.
Baby, he can't do that.
And
He can't do that,
I
baby.
don't understand what.
And considering that you guys have what? You guys have twins, right? Or twin newborns or one newborn?
I have one son.
Okay. So since you have another newborn son in the household as well, I mean, it seems
Ready to
like that
step
he
in.
hasn't been tainted, at least. I think it would be
Wow.
better for you guys to focus on what you do have.
That was a harsh word.
I don't think I understand what the fuck he's saying. Lawyer?
Listen, this is insane.
What?
This is totally
Baby,
insane.
what is he
This is
saying?
all speculations. Well, he's trying to say you guys are unfit and stressed out. Too stressed. Too stressed.
I didn't say unfit. I just said that it seems like
Your Honor, you implied that my clients were too
seemed
stressed
like
out.
the adoption process, including, something happened during that process that has caused a switch to turn on, and it hasn't been turned off. And considering that you guys were how long were they on the run, Captain Carter? Like 2 weeks, something like that, a week, maybe longer.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
I mean, yeah, about 2 weeks. You guys left Baby Jada for 2 weeks with the nanny, and during that time, she committed 2 felonies.
But she didn't have us.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. Baby Jada's a good baby, and my nanny, Andre Woods, he a good nanny. How dare you talk about him like this? This is despicable.
She's one of the happiest children in so I'm just not getting this. My clients have thrown events. They're having the time of their life. They're celebrating, a union. Where's the stress?
Nothing against them.
Apparently, it is.
You can clearly see stress written on their faces. They look highly stressed. And I don't know if it's being on a run for 2 weeks or, like I said, I think it's within the court's best interest that Baby Jada be removed from the home. Now, when it comes to this charge of conspiracy to kidnap a judge, if you guys are willing to agree to these terms, plead guilty, and pay a hefty fine to the city for all the damage that you caused, I think I can let you guys walk out of here.
Let me talk to my lawyer.
All right. One more thing, Your Honor. Can Baby Jada be placed in the care of someone of their choosing?
I think that is acceptable, barring a background check on this individual, and that they meet the state's requirements. I think that is possible.
Okay.
I mean, at the end of the day, we don't want to cause harm to Baby Jada. We just want her to be on the right track. And
all right.
We want to make sure that you guys are on the right track, and your son stays on the right track. So
you don't want to make her mad either.
And don't talk about my son.
That's a fact. That's a fact. All right. Well,
it get real ugly in here.
Well, thank you, Your Honor. We'll take that.
Yeah, that's my son. Shit.
All right, you guys.
It might get ugly for you.
Wait. What? Are you about to talk it over? Is that what you said, Ms. Benson?
Yeah,
I need to talk to my client.
Yeah.
All right.
Y'all want to go in the back room or y'all want to go in the private room?
The
Talk right
private
here in the
room.
middle of this courtroom. All right, y'all just give us 50 feet or whatever he said in this song.
What's your name, Deputy? Jim Street. Oh, that's.
Y'all sure y'all want to talk in here?
I think some ankle monitors could come into play on this.
I know. I think about house arrest, but I don't know. I don't think they gonna break the rules of that.
Oh yeah, you might as well not even try that. Might as well just do something we could GPS. You know what I mean? Could track them, track their locations. That way, if any crimes happening, we can cross-reference that with where they're at and if they're involved or. You know what I mean?
That's a good idea.
That's what I think personally. I ain't the judge, so do what you want. What's up, man?
I think we should have them also give us all cars too.
I hope you know.
Yeah.
You gonna need protection, or you need to take your ass straight to sleep.
Baby Jada gonna
So you
kill
me?
everybody.
No.
Yes, you.
No, he in trouble.
You?
Shit. Damn.
Yeah, you caused.
So,
What's up, Miss Benson?
What's going
I was just wondering if we could talk about while they're over there thinking things over. What you had in mind
What do you mean? What I had in mind?
in regards to?
Oh, you talking about the fine?
Correct.
I mean, how much damage did they do? They did about $2 million worth of damage.
Wow, that was a quick assessment. I mean, you just.
I mean,
Pulled out your yard.
honestly, he lowballed it.
Yeah, it probably was more like about 10, but I was,
if we're honest, from the
How
body
so?
cam footage I got from that night of them being denied custody, they had a whole manhunt. PD had to call martial law because it was the whole city versus PD trying to get to the judge. Didn't they have to protect
I mean,
you that day?
technically, it hasn't
destroyed
been
City Hall,
proven.
2 jail.
Okay, now you talking about 2 people destroyed the entire. Now it hasn't been proven that
it's not just 2 people, but it's
exactly.
It
So you can't.
It was on
enticed.
their
They
behest.
enticed.
Yeah, they enticed the
that
riot.
hasn't
They
been
incited a riot.
Just
You
like
have that.
Donald Trump is on trial.
Has
Same
that been
thing.
proven yet?
Yeah, basically they incited a
Same
riot.
thing.
You got to think about the night that happened. Then the night we try to apprehend them on this federal warrant, somehow they managed to get a phone.
We ready.
We ready.
All right. Hold on.
Damn.
Yeah, we ready.
Hey, damn.
Who the fuck is that?
Somebody there is supposed to be here.
Oh, is that Ant? Oh, that's crazy.
No, that's the news reporter, ain't it?
Okay.
Who the fuck
that
is
is
Anthony?
Anthony Morales. He's back in
no
the
way.
Ain't
courtroom.
no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way.
He always asks you about this car, that car. He probably ain't shot with you in a minute.
Alright. So what did y'all decide?
I ain't going to jail for nah. Have you ever sat in jail for
What's up, Law?
80 ball or 70 ball?
No.
Shit.
Good street.
And then when I go to jail, they want to stick me
another
in
day, another dollar.
solitary, and then this little bitch
Here
over
now.
here want to leave me handcuffed. He don't want to feed me.
Who
Shit, I ain't doing.
who let him in here?
Babe.
I don't know how he got it.
Solitary. You got a fucking gun and handcuffs somehow.
You want to go talk to him, Law?
Yeah.
I'm not a supervisor.
Anthony?
Jail.
And, yeah.
If I go back to jail, I'm gonna have another gun.
Law's on the way out.
Baby.
Ain't no way.
And loud as fuck.
My bad. I want to go home.
Why his hair blue? That's so unprofessional.
No way.
Never mind. This is crazy. This is fucking wild.
Alright, so you don't want to serve any jail time?
Hell no. I'm ready to go home. You ready to go home, baby?
I want my son.
Listen, I'm supposed to be slinging cars right now. I ain't even supposed to be here. This ain't my lifestyle. What am I doing here? Who are you? Who are you? Who is this man on his phone?
Ain't no way he just caught amnesia.
Hell yeah.
This is my wife. I remember her.
Alright, so you
Hello?
I need a car. Just saying.
What baby?
You
I
okay?
only got one
So
baby.
you wanna go with the judges?
Ain't no way.
The judges
Ain't no way.
Not yeah, but hell yeah. Shit.
Say less. Stella, are you okay with
The weed must have wore off
This is
Judge.
my husband. And I'm
Wanna
gonna
go
stick
home or
beside
you wanna
him.
Go to jail, baby.
I'm gonna go cry in an expensive car, babe.
Okay, shit. She wanna cry in a LaFerrari. We'll take the deal. Shit.
For
You guys
300, please.
take the deal. You said 300. What does that mean?
You never mind.
Oh, you talking about Jeopardy? Oh,
Never mind.
I'm like, what?
The joke is
Deal or
done.
deal or no deal. Deal or no deal.
Oh, Deal or No Deal. I used to love that show. I ain't gonna lie. But I like Wheel of Fortune though too. Anyway, all right. So okay, you guys are gonna go ahead and take the deal. I didn't even tell you how much the fine was gonna be.
Don't even matter.
Go up.
Okay, it don't matter. All right. Okay. It's like, so, based on our, footage and recommendation also from PD man hours and just overall destruction of the city, we deem that a total of $5 million is acceptable. That'll be split up amongst PD, the city services, and the Department of Justice.
$5 million?
You throw another million off Zona.
I mean, it was. Oh yeah, actually, no, yeah, my bad.
Wait.
I mean, Zona and City Services, DOJ and PD. It was a lot of damage. Like it was 2 police stations destroyed.
That ain't got
Not to
nothing to do with
mention the
us.
city
That's what I'm
hall.
saying. It hasn't been proven, or no conspiracy has been linked.
They're
should I
pleading
say.
guilty to it. They're pleading guilty.
I mean,
I'm
like,
out. Let me get out of this.
is this $5 million? You plead guilty, you walk out here, and, and you relinquish custody of Baby Jada.
Y'all take MasterCard.
Yeah, we do. We take everything actually.
Baby, send it to us PayPal at this point.
Are you sure we can't get 3.5?
Tray 5. What about a Tray 5? What about a Tray 5?
I thought 3.5 million.
Yeah. What about a Tray 5?
All right, yeah, we can.
Come
do
on.
that.
I do lawyer. I gotta pay my lawyer. I got to pay my lawyer.
She only need like 100,000.
Your Honor,
what?
It's like,
Wow.
nah,
Wow.
I'm just kidding.
And it didn't help.
Like she got on Chanel waistband or something. She must got a man or something. Shoot.
Irrelevant.
Hey, good man. I ain't gonna lie. You sounding like Henry right now.
I know. Let me be quiet. Let me snap back. All right. Yes. So yes. Okay. So $3.5 million penalty, and you will be able to walk out of here with no charges. All charges dropped on that particular night, and Baby Jada will no longer be in your custody. But you can choose where she will be placed as long as that person passes the background check.
Uncle Spider and Uncle Wawa.
Oh my
Ain't no fucking
Definitely not passing.
Andre.
What about
Andre's
Andre
got a
Woods?
He has
Andre Woods.
He has a clean record.
Nah, he look like he can take her.
Yeah. Yeah, this cop right here.
Yeah, he live a good life.
Didn't I thought Craig Mack was her dad or something
too.
What? Listen to the Craig Mack.
Oh, Craig Mack gonna put her on the street. I ain't gonna lie.
No way.
Okay.
All right.
See what I'm saying? Don't nobody even want to take.
So does this?
That's why.
I'll take
why
her.
the baby
This
safe.
ain't gonna be on our
Baby
record.
safe.
Is what you saying?
I'll
Baby
take her.
safe.
Yes,
Baby
that's
safe
what
with
I'm
us.
saying.
It's not gonna be on our record.
She can
baby,
stay at my
so-
house.
All right. So this bill is going to Trey or Stella.
Me.
The fuck I look like?
Yeah. You his wife, right? I know y'all damn
Man,
right.
we will discuss this shit later. Send the bill.
Yeah, send me the bill. Shit.
All right, Your Honor. And just to be clear, you said all charges will
Yes,
not be
all
on the
charges
record?
will be dropped.
Perfect.
I mean, they're paying for damages that
God damn.
allegedly stemmed from an incident that they caused.
Did you just see the receipt?
Correct. Correct.
Can I get a trail hawk? 30% off, 40% off.
Let me out these fucking cuffs.
Whoa.
And also, when you guys break the news to Baby Jada, it was Judge Rain.
Oh no, that's you. That's
It
you.
was
That's you.
Wow.
Jeez.
It was.
It's a GG, my boy. We are
it
not
was
responsible. Come on, babe.
It was Judge Rain.
GG's. Good luck telling her.
I wasn't here.
Good luck with your life. That you will have for about
So
5
how we get what did
minutes.
that?
Yeah. Come on.
So you're gonna have to talk to government because they told
Come
us
on.
that's how we do that
Hurry
from
up,
now
babe.
on.
Hurry
Oh
up.
my
You're about
god.
to realize something.
Yeah.
Come on.
They told me to put it in our SOP too, so you gotta speak with them and see how.
Like I said, well, we gonna split it with.
You can't get the
Zona,
money.
Zona, DOJ, and
No,
You
I
gotta-
have access to it, but just get with government.
are
see
you
how-
are you building? You building for it?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's what the government told us. We have to build.
All right, bet. All right. Yeah.
Because
So
we
just
still
get
got
with
the
government and
the
yeah,
bonds from last time too, right?
yeah. So just get with government and see how all that can be handled when we distribute it. Once we find.
See, I also got the bill. I can't do that.
But government, have a good night. You want to think about going to sleep?
Ain't no way.
Is Jada? Is
I
Jada
am
awake?
about to go to sleep. You
Jada
want to
awake?
think about going to sleep?
Yeah, I think I'm about to go to sleep too. That was a good job. You earned. I don't know how much he gonna give you, but
I think I could have beat it.
Gonna beat what?
beat that case. It was way too much footage. It's like it'd have been like watching back a movie.
Yeah, you remember Planet of the Apes when the apes took over the planet? Yeah,
Like-
that's how that video footage is.
Like it would have been three days long of footage. Like
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
telling you. Like
Oh.
Whoa, what was that?
what was what? What?
I heard clapping in a moan. What the fuck?
Oh, you heard that? Damn.
Wait,
y'all-
what?
Clapping in a moan.
Wait,
What
wait,
the
what?
Wait a minute
Whoa.
now.
Somebody's clapping in a moan. What the fuck? Y'all didn't hear that shit? Hold on. Let me clip that and go run that shit back. Hold on.
I'm like, I didn't hear that. I don't know where that came from. Yeah, I'm about to take a nap.
Yeah, you should. I gotta go to sleep now too because you done put it on me. Pause.
All right, Mr. Leah, do you have anything pertaining to any case that you may need while I'm here? Because I'm about to take my ass to sleep.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, Carter's a good resource.
Yeah, yes. Let me see. Hold on.
All right, I'm gonna go drive my Ferrari to the house.
Man.
Oh,
Mine
wow.
My shit in the
Subtle
front.
flex.
Oh my god.
Subtle flex.
We damn near need PD escorts.
I mean, I don't know where she at.
Do these steps lead to the city service center? Yes or no? Okay, you do the multiple things. Yet I was here, and he was telling me to stop.
But where'd you go after that?
This man
But you don't get
is
to tell
in
me
trouble
to
in the
fucking
front.
stop where you want me to.
He said ants in the is he about to about to do a case?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He's arguing with 8 officers.
Everybody stop. Everybody stop. Everybody stop. Everybody stop.
Arrested?
Nah, he ain't arrested. He just arguing with him all in the front.
Oh, that ain't my business.
Yeah, I walked a long way around. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Last thing I need, Judge Goodman. I'm like, oh shit.
I see this what you're talking about where you said the court case. Did I watch this court case?
All right, Judge.
Yeah, I made it home safely.
My name is Ray Judge Rain. We good.
All right, good night, Judge. Yo, that's it for Judge Rain today. As always, I appreciate the likes, I appreciate the shares, I appreciate the comments, I appreciate the stars, I appreciate you. Thank you for choosing nonchalant. Oh yeah, whoops. Thank you for spending your nonchalant time with me. Yo.